last time I did that, Overwatch 2 was popular. The last time that I was toxic on a fucking video game, you know what I'm saying? Like, I wasn't even toxic today. I was like, you can't do this to what you can't do this in the FFXI private community and expect nothing to happen. Like, that is as toxic as I got. I was like, you can't treat people like this and expect the private server community to put up with it. It's against the terms of service. You can't just fucking, like, non-consensually warp somebody out right before the mob death and steal their XP from them. To me, that's close to, like, MPK levels of griefing and stuff. We don't want to see that kind of piece of shit fucking behavior in the Final Fantasy community. We don't want to see you, piece of shit. You don't belong there. And it's fucking weird. We don't want to see you acting like that. I didn't go out of my way to fuck with this guy. I actually helped him, honestly. I showed up and replaced him on a 2.5. I replaced somebody in his party on a 2.5 minute notice. And those fucking efforts, they sat there for fucking. I reserved this word for straight males. They sat there for 17 fucking minutes. Like my time isn't worth anything. They didn't say hello. They don't say a fucking word for 17 fucking minutes. These fucking douchebags. Imagine treating somebody else like that on any other game, like Rust or Fortnite or Overwatch or WoW. You just like show up and you join the party and then you just go fucking link dead for 17 fucking cocksucking fucking minutes. That's what those assholes did to me. At that point, I wasn't even taking the party like seriously anymore. I was like, oh, you guys deigned to start the party 20 minutes late, huh? Cool. Like I come in, I replace, and it's like, oh, sorry about that. But it was like 25 minutes in, and it's like, cool, you threw 25 minutes away. It's so you're already annoyed by the time the party starts. You're annoyed that nothing's happened in 25 minutes. That's your fault, asshole. I was there and ready to fucking cast like 2.5 minutes from joining the fucking party and shit. I don't roll 25 minutes slow like you piece of shit boomers. I don't roll 25 minutes slow. I'm sorry. I sat there for 17 fucking minutes and yeah, like but I didn't like I wasn't lackluster in the party. I pulled the same damage every other black mage did there, and it fucking pisses me off that I fucking psycho obsess about this stupid shit because I'm like, what did I do wrong? What did I do wrong? And that's the whole name of the fucking Cyberbullies game. They want you to fucking sit there and self-analyze, thinking, what did I do wrong? What did I do wrong? No, but I can lay 50 fucking things that you did wrong. I absolutely can. Like that douchebag, he didn't know how to play. Like fucking. So anyways, so you know, it's weird. Fucking closed mind with the steel mind trap. Like he didn't want to let me use my Octave Club. Like that isn't an asset to him. Fucking idiot. He's set in his goddamn rigid fucking ways and he wants his fucking DPS parse or whatever. Yeah, I'm gonna outdo you on the DPS parse if you let me Octave Club. But it was like an immediate restriction for me to even use my own fucking weapon when I joined the fucking party. So I immediately didn't like that douchebag. And you know, I immediately did not like that fucking douchebag. He was like, go get a staff. And I was like, all right. You don't want me to Octave Club things? Are you fucking stupid? Are you fucking stupid, you worthless piece of shit? You obviously are, because look at the fucking engagement that you and I had. I only fucking rub up against the true retards like that. You know what I'm saying? The fucking true retards I rub up really hard against. And it's like, fine, I won't use the best weapon in the fucking game while I'm in this fucking 2.5 hour XP party with you. You fucking piece of shit, brain dead moron. Let me put this in your brain dead WoW World of Warcraft fucking terms for your toxic piece of shit World of Warcraft ass who kicks people out of the party after you non-consensually fucking send them home or whatever, right? Let me put this in toxic WoW terms and shit. I'm the DK. I showed up with Shadowmourne, you fucking worthless piece of shit, low IQ cocksucker, right? I show up with fucking Shadowmourne. It's called Octave Club. It's Final Fantasy XI's version of fucking Shadowmourne. I show up ready to fucking, like, do 10% more damage than any other goddamn black mage in the fucking group, including the summoners. And you think, no, get a staff out. Because you're a piece of shit, brain dead moron. Tell me I'm wrong. Think about the analogy that I just, the metaphor that I just used, right? About how I'm the DK who showed up with the fucking Frostmourne, and you're not gonna ever see another one for probably your whole brain dead life. I show up with the DK Shadowmourne to fucking slaughter your enemies faster than you, and you're like, nah, you can't use the sword, you gotta use the staff. piece of shit, brain dead fucking moron. And so I was like, okay, sir, I will go get the staff now. I'm terribly sorry. It never occurred to me that you might be so I didn't say anything, but I was like, it never occurred to me that you might be that fucking brain dead and that piece of shit fascist Nazi that you don't want the best weapon in the game used in your XP party. You worthless brain dead piece of shit scrub moron. You know what I'm saying? Now, I don't say this in the party chat, but I'm thinking it as I go home and I get my staff. But I'm like, he's the party leader. Okay, fine. And so what do I get as a thank you for fucking obeying the orders and you know, doing what he wanted me to do. He non-consensually warps me home and then kicks me from the fucking party. Because why? Because I have the best weapon in the game and you don't? I mean, that's what it fucking looks like, you jealous jelly piece of shit. That's what it actually looks like. It fucking sucks. You want to tell me, you know, like, I didn't say these things earlier because I was like, I want to let this boil. I want to think about this one. And I really, like, there's a lot of weird facets to the fucking weird bullshit tiff that I got into today with this fucking basement dweller piece of shit. I swear to God. But, like, understand, but understand how it looks from my perspective. I show up with the best weapon in the fucking game. You tell me not to use it. I think brain dead piece of shit moron who wants me to do 10 to 15% less damage, but okay, fine. I mean, fine, I'll go get my staff from my fucking Mog house. I just never dreamed that I was gonna have to do that. What the fuck do you care? You know, I'm not gonna pull hate off of the fucking summoners when they double slap. I'm a fucking mage. I'm doing like 30 damage or whatever within Thunder. You're fucking stupid. Anybody with a real brain would have been like, oh yes, Octave Club, sweet. And I've had that response as a black mage and a BST and a white mage. I've had that response from like 65 different parties on this server, but not from this piece of shit brain dead skillless moron who doesn't want me to use the Shadowmourne as the DK. It's fucking stupid. I'm the biggest damage on the motherfucking server. I full-blown am. I'm the black mage with the Octave Club. You don't want me to use it because you're fucking brain dead piece of shit jealous. You're brain dead piece of shit jealous. Then we get into a fucking tiff because you non-consensually digitally raped me by sending me home. And then you forced me to fucking open a fucking GM ticket with you. You fucking cocksucker. You suck dick, dude. People like you are ruining the fucking MMOs. You want to know why World of Warcraft needs to put AI in the dungeons so that people get carried by trusts, essentially? You want to know why Yoshi P puts trusts in the fucking Final Fantasy 11 and ruins your beloved game that you played for 20 years and shit? You want to know why? It's because of pieces of shit like you. Don't tell me what to do. You and your piece of shit fascist Trump assholes tell us what to do all the fucking time. Stop telling me what the fuck to do. You're not me. Stop telling me what the fuck to do. You get more flies with honeys. We have 50 billion cliches like you get more flies with honey to deal with obstinate piece of shit morons like you who just don't get any smarter or better at sociality or dealing with humans. You know what I'm saying? We got all these fucking shitty cliches for people like you who are autistic and don't treat other people well. We say you get more flies with honey, you asshole. You know, shit like that. We use shitty cliches for low IQ pieces of shit like that motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? We do. And so, like, I'll rail on him for, like, 2 hours, but I had to think about it first. I had to, like, full-blown think about how fucking bad this asshole actually was. He turned down the greatest weapon in the game. He you know, for the first violation, he warp raped me. He like raped me by warping me without my fucking consent. He forced my character to return like a Hearthstone without my consent. It's not like I can stop him from doing that. I can't silence him or something like that. It's the worst troll in Final Fantasy history is getting D2'd. It's disgustingly fucking disrespectful. And nothing I was doing warranted that fucking behavior. He was like, you need better fucking gear. And I was like, you need better fucking skills, worthless piece of shit. Here's me reporting you. You can't treat people like this in the private server community like that. You can't do that. And it's stuck, right? This shit sticks. This shit sticks. If this is the experience that the humans want to put me through when I fucking give them the best DPS in the fucking game. And I'll roll to that party with Octave Club. It's the best DPS that party could have possibly seen. His eyes went green. He couldn't handle me being the best Final Fantasy player that he ever fucking met. He couldn't handle it. He couldn't handle that I don't need gear. I'm better than him. He couldn't handle it. So he rape warped me. And like I've never seen a Final Fantasy player act that fucking tortiously goddamn toxic before. The new age of these piece of shits who are like 33 or whatever, these pieces of shit, Asmongold's age, they're fucking terrible. Fucking terrible people, doomers. They're like fucking terrible people. That guy, he is definitely not my age. He's definitely not my age. Nuh-uh. Like, and I'm sorry, but it's just like, Jesus fucking Christ. I could tell right away he thought he was better than me because he was younger. But no, I'm like, trust me, when I entered the party, trust me, you can go for the rest of your fucking life. You know, or, well, months. You could go for months. It might be a couple of years. You still won't rival the DPS I was going to pull in your fucking party. I did pull that DPS. I mean, well, no, I didn't because you told me not to. But like, I was going to come in and be the best DPS that you ever witnessed at that level. You didn't let me because you sucked dick. You suppressed me on that. You suppressed me on everything that I did because you're a worthless piece of shit who doesn't know how to play the fucking game, who doesn't know the best DPS who he ever met, stepped in his party and fucking graced him with his presence. And yes, I have this kind of arrogance because I did step with the best weapon in the motherfucking game. I stepped with the best weapon in the game. It's not some fucking lie. Octave Club is the best weapon in the fucking game. That was the best thing that possibly could have happened to that fucking party. The first thing they say, because these pieces of shit really are brain dead like this, they lack critical thinking. They think, oh, I'm jealous of this, so I just don't want it in the party. Get it out of here. Go get a stave. And I was like, no, I want an Octave Club. I'm going to get free mana off of it. I'm going to do more damage than you do. I'm going to do the same burst that you do, but you're just mad that I'm going to do another 15 or 20% more on the bar and outparse you in front of your fucking butt buddy friends. Trust me, I've seen this kind of jealousy all of my goddamn MMO fucking lifestyle. I've seen this jealousy when I was the top priest in the fucking world, when I had the benediction and they didn't, when I didn't get the benediction. I'm talking about what is it called? Nibelung, was it Nibelung? Yeah, it was like Nibelung and they didn't, or whatever it is, like whatever the fucking Old War staff was, I forget the name of it. Was it Nibelung or whatever? I had the Nibelung and they didn't. I had the tier 7, they didn't. I had heroic Elisazor and heroic Ragnaros, they didn't. And so they run all these shitty problems. They try to poach your people, they try to treat you disrespectfully, they try to talk shit. I hate gamers. I fucking hate most gamers. Most of them, I have to like treat them on a fucking case-by-case basis. Because most of them don't have the like 2 IQs to rub together and definitely not 2 manners to rub together, and they're usually really fucking like really uptight and really fucking anal and really shitty, and it fucking bothers me. And no, I don't want you telling me what to do. Yes, I have more skill than you, more kills than you, and more titles than you and accolades and all this other shit. Yes, I'm better than you. No, I don't brag about it until you shove it in my fucking face and you treat me unfairly because I outparse you on some meter that I don't even read. You're disgusting. People like you ruined WoW. When the pieces of shit like this took over WoW, and I know exactly when the fuck it was Cataclysm. Right around the beginning of a Cataclysm, these pieces of shit took over. And they ruined the goddamn game, and we ran for the fucking hills, trust me. I went straight for the arena. When I left the arena, I was just full-blown done with the fucking game. I was done raiding by 2015. And when these pieces of shit came in and ruined the MMO fucking scene with their terrible attitudes, their negativity, and all of their bullshit about, you don't have enough damage, or your gear isn't right, or whatever the fuck bullshit thing about them controlling you or whatever. Their bullshit from min-max bullshit from 2005, like they're still like the last time that they got laid way back in 2005, right? So they're like, okay, well, I want to go back to 2005 when we used to look at damage meters all the time and treat each other like fucking cocksuckers and shitheads. And it's like, I don't, motherfucker. I live every day trying not to be like you. I spend most of, like I told my friend Lucky, like the day that I met my friend Lucky on Rust, I told her something. I was like, I spent most of my life trying not to act like these fucking people. And she was like, that's like one of the most special people. I'm sorry, she was like, that's one of the most special things I've ever heard you say, like a person say, Kat. And I was like, yeah, I've spent most of my life trying to respect women and not treat you like these people treat you. And I am sorry. I just will not sign up with them. I will not stand by while they treat you like this. I will not stand by while somebody disrespects a woman while I'm fucking standing there. I won't do it. you know? And shit like this. They think because it's social media or because their lives are like that, because they don't have etiquette or they're pieces of shit, that they need to make our lives like this? No, 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 no. The etiquette must be observed, piece of shit. The etiquette must be observed. You know, it sucks, but it's true. The etiquette is the difference between us and the animals. It actually really is. You know, manners are God's money. You don't have any. You're fucking brokey. You're a brokey in the true sense of term. You have no manners, so you have no God money. You're brokey. You know what I'm saying? I'm not being rude by tearing you a fucking asshole because I'm the fucking victim. You're the person who went looking for a victim, victimized them, fucking, and treated them badly. You're the bad actor, and I'm not the asshole when I call you a fucking worthless piece of shit effing cocksucker. You're the asshole. You understand? Like, I get to do that when I'm the victim. You don't. You're the aggressor, bad actor, piece of shit. I get to call you whatever name I want, completely freely, completely free, morally free. I can call you a worthless piece of shit, epic cocksucker, right to your fucking face, morally fucking free because you victimized me, right? It's the higher ground. I can call whatever the fuck on the lower ground, whatever the fuck I want. It doesn't matter. And I don't lose any goddamn brownie points or community fucking credit or anything like that. They might not like the crassness and may not want to be around the crassness. I don't care. You know what I'm saying? It's my channel. But like understand, like, you know. And now, did I tell any of this guy any of this? No, because I'm not even that rude. I didn't put him through the fucking trip. I'm not even that fucking rude. I put my stream through the fucking trip because they need to understand what's killing their communities. It's this disdain. It's this negativity. Like, I'm okay with doing it. I'm victim. I'm the victim here. If full-blown sucks, all I was doing was sitting in an XP party trying to chill with my homies and use my black mage, and I haven't played an XP party in 5 months. If I'm rusty, I'm terribly sorry. I haven't been in an XP party in 5 months. That's my business, not yours. You know, sorry if I'm rusty and I forgot my staff or something like that. Like sorry I didn't live up to your min-max fucking reality where one day you look down at your fucking piece of shit min-max fucking, you know, like zero anus fucking like quality life or whatever, right? And like you look down at your fucking piece of shit, fucking anal retentive fucking piece of shit, negative nego nerd, right? You look down at your fucking crotch and there's a fucking calculator down there where your heart and your fucking crotch used to be. You worthless piece of shit nerd. That's all I have to say about this. All the negativity I care to give. Like, I held my tongue for a couple of hours. I was like, I need to boil my thoughts here. I need to know what my complaints are. I need to know what the reality of the situation is and what I was just put through. How it feels. How it was responded to. How it was received by the admins. All the other shit. All of it. I had to crunch it all. And this is where I fall. Which is like, no wonder AI is becoming so fucking popular. If I don't have to deal with piece of shit nerds like you, bring me the Matrix, you know, bring me the Matrix Horizon, you know, bring me the Matrix Horizon if it means not dealing with piece of shit nerds like this cocksucker who fucking fucked with me and not consensually Hearthstone me, you know. Like, he needs to do that. He could have just said, you're not doing enough damage, I'm going to kick you from the party now, and I would be like, oh, well, okay. Have a nice day, sir. You know, and I would have walked off. Anybody with some real social skills could have easily ejected me from the party with a few button presses, and I wouldn't have said shit, and there wouldn't have been a fucking tiff, and I don't have to own you on my fucking stream to some 5 or 10 viewership and shit, and fucking make fun of you to 10 fucking people, much more than your butt buddies in that fucking party. You understand? And record it and publish it and publish me talking shit so that somebody 50 fucking years from now is laughing at this. I swear to God, somebody 50 fucking years from now is gonna laugh at how much of a piece of shit you actually are and what it was like when Skycat had to deal with the shitheads of 2024. That was before the social contract became like a fucking thing attached to your social. And you couldn't treat people like this without losing your fucking access to the fucking internet. Sooner or later, that's what's going to happen because you pieces of shit keep cyberbullying people. The longer if you want your privacy and your freedom and the ability to like be yourself and continue to like, you know, be on the fucking internet and shit, stop cyberbullying fucking people. They're going to fucking attach the socials. You know they are. They're going to attach socials to this and they're going to make it impossible for you to be a bad fucking actor without getting ejected from the fucking internet firsthand. It's like, that's what they want to do, and that's what they're gonna do. That's what Project 2025 is. That's what the Patriot Act was. That's where they're headed with this. And so you make it much easier for them to do this. Now, I'm a proponent of them doing it. I want them to attach the social so I can get that douchebag kicked off the fucking internet. I absolutely do. I don't want him treating the internet like some kind of toilet. I actually really don't, you know? It's not beneficial for him or me to do so, to permit him or to, I mean, it's not my job to stop him or whatever, but I mean, like, but we do need some rules about this ship. This is not a ship for anarchy. It is a tight software built world, and it needs rules. It absolutely does. That asshole cannot act like this. It needs to be respected. Like, people need to be respected in 2025. They absolutely do. They like in 2025, the bullshit, cyberbullying, and all the problems and the negativity and all the bullshit, it needs to stop. It absolutely does. If it means attaching the social to these fucking assholes so they can't fucking log on anymore, then so fucking be it. That's what needs to fucking happen then. If they want to cyberbully kids and cyberbully people who are trying to play a fucking video game with their fucking free time or whatever, instead of like being productive members of society and enjoying the video games and not turning it into a fucking cesspit full of negative fucking people and all this, then you don't deserve the game. Let's breed you out of it and ban your social. You like get used to torrented games for the rest of your fucking life, you fucking cocksucker. If this is how you actually want to fucking treat people, fuck you. You know? Straight up fuck you. These are strong cussing coming from the victim. This is what you hear in court. When you hear the grieving mother cussing you and calling you nasty names and stuff, they don't lose social value and you know, they aren't considered morally valued less than you when they cuss you out. When I'm the victim, I get to call you whatever the fuck I want. I don't lose any ground. I've been a master debater. I've been master debating all of my fucking life. Understand me, and I don't lose ground to pieces of shit like this guy. You know what I'm saying? I don't need him to be in the channel or even paying attention. I don't care if he did or didn't. Like, frankly, I don't. The argument has to do with humanity and period. We have to treat each other fucking better. We do. We do. Like, that guy, I didn't even call him a fucking name because I want him to be the one that, you know, you know, I want him to be I want to be the one who shows him the change that I want to see. And so I didn't cuss him out. I didn't stalk him. I didn't send tells, make it personal. I just told him, I'm reporting you. You can't treat people like this in a private server community. You can't do this. There's only like 3,000 of us here. And like, if you turn this place into a fucking sewer, you want to know what happens? I've seen it before. Nozomi didn't care what happened on Nozomi. And when a better server came along, like fucking Horizon just full blown died. And then you lose all of your work that you put on Horizon. You lose all of your work. It is not in your interest to turn Horizon into a fucking social toilet. You might think it is. It is not your business to turn Horizon into a social toilet. I will tell you what happens. I've seen it 2 times now. I've seen it what happens when you piece of shits fucking turn this fucking private server into a social toilet. I've seen it twice. There's Nozomi. Fucking died. It's full-blown dead. It used to have fucking 1,800 players. Now it's down to like 30. Something like that. It's like 30. He won't even say anymore. There's like maybe 30 players, something like that. And they're all in the same link shell. It's insane. This server, it's fucking dead. And you'll see this happen to Horizon 2. Horizon's not sacred. It'll happen to Horizon 2. If pieces of shit like you talk shit in the fucking Discord and fucking do stuff like D2 people without their fucking consent, like some kind of digital fucking rapist, the server fucking dies the next time some other server comes along, because we all leave trying to get away from pieces of shit like you. You know? And that's the endless fucking toxicity spiral where everybody leaves the crappy game that you play. Like Rust, everybody fucking leaves the crappy game that you fucking play. Everybody does. We can absolutely pull the numbers. Would you like to see? It's not wipe day, so we're not going to have outliers here. We can absolutely show how these pieces of shit with their toxic fucking attitudes, right? My victims cussing, that's one thing. I can see some people disliking that. I don't care what you fucking think. I can say what I want when I've been victimized by these pieces of shit. I can say what I want, right? So we go to the Steam game player statistics, right? And we take a look at what happened to fucking Rust when these pieces of shit got a hold of it. Rust used to be 1.7 million. Like Counter-Strike 2. That also has a cesspit problem with all these terrible people. PUBG and all this stuff, right? Drop down. Rust is still at the same customary 145,000 people that can still, and only 73 current right now, only about 75,000 players. What the fuck happened? When I joined Rust, there was 740,000 players on most days. Counter-Strike was up at like 1.5 million. The longer these fucking cheaters and hackers and bad actors and pieces of shit that just get their way and the admins don't fucking do anything, like when I fucking reported this guy today and I didn't see a response for 2 hours, I was like, oh yeah, well then fuck you. I mean, this was a fresh thing. I needed fresh eyes on this. You're like a detective. You need to show up to the fucking crime when I call you. When I call 911, you're dumb. You're the admin. I didn't respect them at all. I was like, nah, that's not okay. That's fucked up. And so yeah, like trust me, like when these pieces of shit turn the game toxic, it's happening to Grand Theft Auto 5 right now. Trust me, they have this terrible problem with Grand Theft Auto 5 too. When the community gets toxic in Helldivers 2 or Naraka or Dota 2 or Counter-Strike 2 or whatever, when the community gets toxic, these games fucking die. Rust has managed to stay there for a long time because the developers are like the best developers in the fucking industry. They really are. They have the best quality of life on the fucking market. They pretty much do. You can do so many different things with Rust. You can play a guitar, you can play a drum, you can talk, you can build a village, you can castle siege, you can fly helicopters and planes and jets and stuff. You can you can't terraform. That's but the only thing you can't do. So it's not Minecraft quite, but it is full blown Gary's mod. It is Gary's mod. Rust is Gary's mod. Think of all the things that Gary's mod can do, and you understand how powerful Rust as a game is. And we can see it right now. These pieces of shit that sit on these fucking private servers or these low pop servers and fucking harass everybody and shit, they're driving the fucking games into the ground. The more honor that the developer imposes, like one of the reasons that EVE Online will eventually have more population than Rust. You want to know why? Because the pieces of shit can't really gank me in high sec without spending like 100 million or something like that, or a little bit more. I think it is. It's like 130 or something like that. They can't really gank me in high sec without paying for a monthly, buying a Cat Navy issue, stacking 5 or 7 of them. They can't really gank me in time before I fucking leave. They've got to bring a big old crew and all this stuff, right? And so even then, that doesn't happen every day. And so I can go to high sec and I can stay away from the fucking shitheads for the entire time that I play EVE. This will make it so that EVE outlasts Rust because it has outlasted Rust. And EVE only has about 28,000 population, but look, Rust is only sitting at 73,000. What's the difference between EVE and Rust? The developer literally wrote the fucking being piece of shit to nakeds out of the fucking game. I mean, it's not out of the game. People do it, but it's a very rare occurrence because it costs so much money to do. The equivalent in Rust would be like, if you wanted to kill a naked, you would have to have enough damage to pull 5,000 damage in 10 seconds before you're just killed by some kind of world force or something like that, like the outpost guards or something like that, right? Rust would have to make these drastic changes where there's guards everywhere and they kill you if you don't do 5,000 damage to a naked inside of 10 seconds or something like that. That is the equivalent to what happens in EVE. You have to stack 100 million ISK EVE ship to go do ganking, and it's not that much. It's like 50 million, but it's like 50 million. So this is how the developers wrote being a piece of shit to nakeds on the fucking beach out of the fucking game. PAX Day got made off the premise that they would promise us that there would be this place where the fucking shitheads couldn't touch you, called high sec, like EVE. Rust has it in outposts and bandit camps, so I'm still sort of willing to play their game, but not really, and I try to keep it out of the rotation if I can. And trust me, the more shitty and the more toxic that these people are to their fucking community, the people that they play with for some reason, randos that they fucking play with, the more shitty and disrespectful that they are, the less population these games have. The proof is right here. Look, there's only about 2 million Steam players left. When I started, my first Steam game, It would have been Half-Life 2. And you can see the peak of Half-Life 2. Some days it would be like 4.6 million or something like that, right? And you want to know why this peak is really horrible? Look at this. It's a really, really scary, alarming thing that you might not really be aware of, but I'm fucking aware about it. I fucking yell about it every single goddamn day for the last 3 years. I'm fucking aware of it. These numbers are down. The peak today was like less than 2 million fucking people. I want to remind you about something. There are how many gamers on the planet, right? We do this on my stream a lot. How many gamers on the planet, right? I talk about to players about this. I talk to a lot of players about this, Rust players and all this shit. They've all got their little shitty pond that they've turned into a turd. And I swear to God, I call them turds because they wallow in that little toilet and they don't leave the toilet, so they become toxic and negative. And they want to turn all the other toilets into the shit that they have to swim in. And honestly, if they just played other games well, or found other games to play, they would be happier people and they wouldn't be treating somebody on Rust like a piece of shit, or somebody on EVE Online like a piece of shit. But no, they wallow in the toilet like a turd until the water turns brown and everything's toxic and they poison the well. There are 3.2 billion gamers worldwide. A bunch of them are on PC. Trust me, a bunch of them are on PC. Most people in the world have PCs. Now, not everybody has consoles, but everybody has PCs. Everybody's got PCs, right? So most of the world's gaming is actually on PC. Now, I'm going to draw a correlation here to something. The more toxic these worthless pieces of shit freely act in these fucking communities, as the admins don't ban them for cheating, or the admins don't ban them for non-consensually hearthstoning you, even on a private server, it doesn't fucking matter. If the admins are jackoffs and they don't do their fucking jobs and the fucking bad actors aren't curbed and stuff, what happens? Well, sure, there's not going to be that many players on December 12th, but by December 18th, you're going to see it. There's going to be more. There's going to be like 5 million concurrents right around December 19th, right before Christmas and stuff. A lot of people are going to have, or December 23rd, there's going to be a lot of people with jobs off. You're going to see like 6 million concurrent players on Steam, right? But it used to be like fucking 90 million. You want to know why? Live service, including these Final Fantasy private servers and stuff, all of it, all live service, even private servers, it doesn't matter what it is. Live service has become a fucking cesspit toilet full of negative piece of shit incels. We call them neckbeards. There's so many fucking different words for them. There's so many different fucking words for them. Neckbeards and incels and fucking, basement dwellers and all this shit. There's so many negative fucking words for these people. As they harass you and do shit like non-consensually hearthstone you and turn the scene into a fucking toilet. They're so goddamn blind and so goddamn fucking stupid. They can't see the numbers for what they are. They don't play any other games, so they just see the game that they play. They turned that one into a toilet, so they're bitter about that toilet that they swim in every single day, right? The shit water that they turn brown, right? They don't live in 20 toilets like me, and they don't see the little shitty turds for what they actually are inside of their little small server toilets, treating each other like garbage and turning the water brown so no one wants to come play the game anymore. And here's the numbers, right? There are approximately 3.2 billion gamers worldwide. There's only 2 other constituencies on this planet that are that strong, and it's men and women, right? It's men, women, and gamers are the 3 strongest fucking constituencies on the fucking planet. Gamers being the 3rd because there's about 300 million less gamers than there is men and women. So understand, like, gamers are a fucking crazy fucking strong force on this planet. But the piece of shit nerds that are treating each other like garbage, like that piece of shit who hearthstoned me without my consent today, like the pieces of shit who stalked me on fucking Rust and all that, they are killing the fucking games. They're killing them. The proof is right here. I used to see 9 million, 16 million concurrent. What was the largest concurrent? What was the most concurrent on World of Warcraft, right? The most concurrent on Steam today after these pieces of shit turned these fucking live service games into a fucking toilet. Even the private server ones like this douchebag today, right? Trust me, you can add this all together and you don't even come up with 2 million. Not even with 2 million. I mean, it's more than that. It's like 3 million. It's like 3 to 4 million. You come up with about 4 million for the top 100 live service games. See it? Top 100 live service games, all the online games. See it? All of them. Don't Starve Together, all these other ones, right? Our community has been fragmented by the piece of shit bad actors that have made it so that women are scared to even identify as women. The men are fucking angry. They've got victims anger and PTSD anger from dealing with these shitheads all of our fucking lives. So after dealing with the Call of Duty lobby for 15 fucking years, I'm used to Rust and I'm used to the abuse, and that has turned me into a much harder, much more worse person. And I dislike what you've done to my fucking community with this. I really do. And so the numbers are there. You can't lie. You think I'm just making them up out of my fucking ass? No, video games on the PC level have fucking died as these piece of shit fucking nego nerds, and I'm serious. They're negos. They're negative. All they ever do is negative shit. They treat you negative. They act negative. They do negative things. They bring you down with their negative shit. They Hearthstone you without your permission and all their bullshit. They're negos. Like that's literally what they are. They're like nulls. They're like nulls. They don't represent any value. They're just negative shitty people that are just there to bring everybody else down. They're going to poison Marvel Rivals next. Trust me, Marvel Rivals will be off this list inside of 5 weeks or something like that. They're going to poison Marvel Rivals next. They're going to figure out how to cheat and hack that, and they're going to ruin that game too. And trust me, so like until we fucking address this and become the change that we wish to see, I wanted to cuss that douchebag out right to his fucking face in front of an audience of something like 26 fucking people. But no, I do it on my fucking stream to myself and me, myself, and I, and the one person left who's willing to listen to this fucking tirade, right? 1 to 3 people left willing to listen to this fucking tirade, right? But no, I like shut them out, and I do my fucking conversation about the fucking downfall of goddamn humanity, the lack of fucking manners, the pieces of shit turning the humanity into the skibbity toilet that it is. And I'm sorry, but I know it's this overall general thing. It's like old man yells at cloud. Oh, people on the internet are rude. But trust me, it had this huge cumulative cost that did kill the goddamn industry. It full-blown killed the industry. You want to know why they keep complaining about all the developers and being like Ubisoft is the worst goddamn developer in history or whatever? You want to know why they keep saying stuff like that? It's because it went from World of Warcraft, just World of Warcraft, having 17 million concurrent in 2010 to Counter-Strike 2 only being able to swing 1.4 million. Now, we're fragmented. There's probably about 100 million of us, but there used to be like a billion of us. There used to be a billion of us, but every time one of these pieces of shit treats another rando on the fucking internet like a fucking bad, it just makes the impression of the entire fucking thing way, way, way fucking worse until you see numbers like this where it used to be, oh, on a weekend we would pull 5.6 million on Counter-Strike 1. But nope, Counter-Strike 2 is such a cesspit toilet full of shitty negative fucking people that like 8/10 of the fucking community left. Something like that, full-blown left. Went to Fortnite or PUBG or something, just full-blown stopped playing shooters, or started doing something a little bit weirder, like, you know, Hell Let Loose or something, or Tarkov, or whatever their fucking thing is. But our community is fucking fragmented because live service is a fucking toilet due to the toxic shitheads who reign freely and supremely. They reign freely. The admins don't do anything about them. They don't ban them when they fucking Hearthstone you without your permission and shit like this. They don't do shit about this. They don't care when they buy gil and buy gold. They don't care when they sell gold. They don't care when they bot and they ruin the fucking shooters and they ruin the SR. You get stuck in ELO hell. And, you know, Fortnite's been a lot more fun lately because they don't force you to get stuck in ELO hell anymore because they don't have bots anymore because they don't have auto queue anymore. So the bots can't get into the lobby without going back to the fucking lobby and re-queuing again. And sure, they've got to do the whole queue process again, but they don't. The bot doesn't just get to sit in the lobby all day long queuing games and sucking dick and like cheating. You know, that's not how Fortnite is anymore. And that's an example of how the developers are gonna write the lifestyle of these fucking negative Nellies the fuck out of the fucking industry. They're gonna write it out. But sooner or later, we're gonna prefer, like, we as MMO players are gonna prefer the company of AI over players. And that's because of shitheads like this dude that I met today. It fucking sucks. This stuff has costs. It has costs. The numbers are right there. You shitheads have drawn the population down to nothing. We're post-COVID. This should have been like 10 million fucking people, but it's 1.5 million. Sure, it's a Thursday, but I mean, like, it should be like 10 million concurrent on a fucking Wednesday. That's what it was when I was 22 years old. I'm mid-40s now. Watching what you pieces of shit did to our community, and you're completely fucking blind to it. You think, oh, for shits and giggles, it's worth it to troll this guy and Hearthstone him home or stalk him on Rust or something like that, or dox him or swat him or something. No, this shit has fucking costs. It's not just me. It's your life too. This shit has fucking costs. If you treat people in your community fucking badly, it makes your life worse as well. It fucking sucks, but that's how life works. We have parasynthetic, parasocial fucking relationships that like where we have, like, you know, symbiotic relationships with other people, and if you treat other people badly, that's what you're gonna get. When the world's a cesspit of shitty hackers that treat each other like fucking garbage all the time, no one's gonna want to play the games. That's the truism that I'm trying to get at. Like, these games that are really good, they can't pull numbers. They absolutely can't pull numbers because it's a cesspit of a piece of shit nags. They're like negative people. Privileged, white, fucking like autistic, like privileged white autistic nerds like me. You know? The difference is I don't go looking for targets like them. I would never sign up with the fucking Sith like you did. You're worthless and lost. I would never go looking for a rando to D2 and harass over their gear. I'm just not like you. I'm not a negative fucking, like, imploded star like you. I don't have shit where your heart and soul used to be. I'm not like you. And here's the communities that you kill. I've seen it. I spent 5 years here. I spent 2 years on Wings. I'm about to spend another 3 to 5 years on fucking Horizon before you lose your work because you the person who abused me today, should like treat other people on the server like fucking garbage. And so then when the server dies, nobody cares because it means getting away from people like you. You know, it's unfortunate, but. So anyways, let's do a bunch of Kira stuff. It appears that Kira is feeling his oats. So
what up, friendos? Welcome back. Despite having one
like
of the most
Dauntless.
popular games of the last decade on their platform, giving people fucking free money, giving people free games, knocking off massive percentages.
It doesn't matter. We still don't want to deal with your piece of shit launcher. That's how much we don't like bad front ends. Dealing with bad front ends is like a fucking nightmare. Play Online was a fucking nightmare. Battle.net was a fucking nightmare. All of your fucking front ends are fucking nightmares. Your launchers don't work. The only launcher that I've ever had that actually worked is right here. It's the only launcher. This EVE Online did the first launcher, and then the entire industry fucking jacked them, and now they're still the only one who did a good launcher. There's several games here. You can do any character at the same time instantly without any problems or relogging other accounts. You can sync 25 accounts and deal with it all from one screen and all this stuff. They just don't do bad front ends. CCP doesn't really do bad. They do slow, but they don't do bad. You know, they do slow, but they don't really do bad. If they do bad, it's because it's a work in progress, right? So like, and we don't want to deal with 15 fucking launchers. We already have Steam. That's enough. Steam. We pay Steam a lot of goddamn money to deal with you, so we don't have to deal with piece of shit fucking launchers and your piece of shit developer problems. You putting a launcher on Ubisoft products sounds like a personal issue. I'm not gonna do it. Don't do it. I'm not going to do that with you, Ubisoft. I'm not going to fucking play Skull and Bones, particularly because that means dealing, like not because I don't want to play Skull and Bones, because I absolutely the fuck do. And I'm about to prove this too, because I'm about to do about an hour of content on my stream about what the best PC pirate game is, because it better not be fucking Black Flag. I think that's Ubisoft, and I don't want to play Ubisoft games. I don't like Ubisoft. I don't want to look like a pirate, like Jerry Seinfeld, you know? I don't want to look like a pirate. I don't want to support Ubisoft. I don't want to do Black Flag. I did Black Flag already. I want to do some kind of submarine game on the PC, and the problem is we can't get that because you guys keep treating us like garbage. and you keep putting your shit behind launchers that we don't want to use. They use up executables. You know how PC gamers are. We worry about fucking performance. If we have something running in the tray that we don't need, then we're not going to use it. We're not going to fucking use it. If YouTube were to force us to use a tray, we would stop using YouTube. Trust me. That tray thing is so stupid. Nobody needs a launcher. Nobody really needs a launcher except Steam. You're fucking stupid. Have Steam do the talking, or Epic, or shit. I'll come to your website and I'll buy a game from you, but I don't need a launcher for that. I need a fucking store with a credit card portal. I don't need a fucking launcher for that. I really don't, you know? Fuck your fucking worthless Ubisoft fucking EA launcher that force installs every time I try to play some EA game on fucking Xbox Games Pass. And it's like, at that point, I'm paying a fucking middleman to pay a fucking middleman to pay, and I'm gonna list them. I'm paying the Xbox middleman to fucking pay the EA middleman to pay the software developer middleman to play some fucking game like Skull and Bones. Then I've got to fucking, you know, and then it's just at that point I have 4 entities that I have to fucking deal with to play your worthless Skull and Bones game that you lock behind some fucking launcher. I'm not gonna fucking do that with you worthless pieces of shit. I've dealt with launchers for 10 years. I know better.
The platform.
I think of launchers as viruses, essentially. All the like literally all the launchers that I have to run, they're like viruses. They don't bog your computer down that bad, but they don't help.
Compared to Steam,
they don't help. The Steam launcher. I mean, look at my motherfucking tray, motherfucker. Like right now, I don't have Epic up, but uTorrent is my problem, right? But I've got a Discord launcher. I've got a VPN launcher. I've got a password launcher. I've got an OBS launcher. I've got a fucking Logitech launcher. I've got a Steam launcher. I've got a Nvidia launcher. I've got a Bluetooth launcher, which is okay. I like the Bluetooth launcher. That one's the only one that's actually okay, technically. It's kind of crazy. And Steam is an okay launcher, but your EA Ubisoft launcher, that's slavery with extra steps. You can go fucking fuck yourself. I'm not installing your fucking launcher. No, I'll steal your game first before I'll do your launcher. No.
If they can't...
One of the things I think that you could really say about the black hats who rip you off for fucking pirated, fucking torrented software and all this is they get your bullshit DRM the fuck out of your game, because honestly the DRM literally removes like 3/10 of the experience. It literally ruins like 3/10 of the fucking experience. Often the DRM is worse than the fucking torrented copy. It's actually worse. It affects performance and all these other fucking things. Like you can't play other games if you have that game launched and all that. You guys make these games that are designed to eat up thousands of fucking hours, but then you don't want me to play New World and Rust at the same time. You don't want me to play New World and fucking, you know, I don't know, what was some of the weird ones I heard lately, like you don't want me to play New World and Elder Scrolls Skyrim at the same time. I mean, I don't really understand that. What the fuck do they have to do with each other? Your launchers and your middleman problems have killed the industry. And if we have to lose an Ubisoft for you to understand, I'm okay with that. If we lose Ubisoft so that the fucking industry understands that you can't launcher us to fucking death with your fucking malware fucking launchers, I'm sorry, you know, then okay, I'll lose Ubisoft then. If I have to lose Ubisoft for you to understand that you can't launcher us anymore, you can, you know, then we'll lose Ubisoft.
Tracked.
We'll lose EA. We'll lose 2 really good developers that I used to really worship, both of them. I used to really worship Ubisoft, and I used to really worship Electronic Arts for stuff like, you know, Crystal Dynamics and fucking Gex, the Gecko, and all this other shit. I used to really worship these fucking companies for stuff like Raving Rabbids and, you know, and all this, and Ubisoft, you know, they're good company, Splinter Cell or whatever, you know, whatever. So, or whatever, you know, so, but I mean, I can't bring myself to buy your products anymore. That is a sick, sad state of affairs. When your launcher terrifies me away from your fucking lineup, what the fuck is that? I start to see in other places too. Like now, okay, I don't care what you say about Cyberpunk. I still think Cyberpunk fucking sucks. And they just did another 40 gig fucking patch for Cyberpunk. Why do I need a 40 gig fucking patch from a game from 2019? I don't need that. It's a single player game from 5 fucking years ago. Your launchers and your weird patches and all this. I don't really need Cyberpunk to be better. I don't know why you thought that we did. It was dead on arrival. You know, you weren't as good as Grand Theft Auto. You weren't as good as The Witcher. The Witcher isn't as good as Skyrim. Witcher isn't good. Like, you know, I'm sorry, but Witcher, I don't think anything CDPR has ever done is actually truly good unless you played like their first game. You know, I don't know. Like, I struggle with CDPR quite a bit. And so, like, no, I don't need you to patch I don't need CDPR to patch fucking Cyberpunk. Again, it's been 5 fucking years. If I didn't buy your game when I bought your game and I returned it 3 times. I returned Phantom Liberty. I bought your game again for Phantom Liberty. You did the same bullshit brain dance stuff that I don't want from my fucking my game experience. And I was just like, no, I don't want to do this boring story that isn't compelling. I don't want to do it. I'm terribly sorry. I didn't buy this game for the story. I bought it for the cool cyberpunk combat. I'm a Shadowrunner guy. Maybe you guys don't remember Shadowrunner, but I must have spent 3,000 hours on motherfucking Shadowrun. Did you guys ever play Shadowrun? That was an action RPG. There was an isometric from the Super Nintendo era. Shadowrun. It was the original Cyberpunk. It was the original Deus Ex. I'm a Shadowrunner fucking like convert. I believe in Shadowrunning, right? And Shadowrun is a really fucking good game, right? Your game wasn't as good as Shadowrun. And Shadowrun came out in 1996. Your game, Cyberpunk from 2019, was not as good as Shadowrun on the Super Nintendo. It just wasn't. It didn't have as many breakout fucking themes. It was all copies of stuff that was in Shadowrun. I saw Cyberpunk 26 years before when I played Shadowrun. It was the same game essentially. It was Grand Theft Auto 1 mixed with Shadowrun.
Jeez. Yep.
Those are great games. Both of them. Grand Theft Auto 1 and Shadowrun. They're both really great games. But your rendition of Shadowrun Grand Theft Auto fucking sucked dick. I'm terribly sorry. I'd rather play Shadowrun or Grand Theft Auto 1.
This was a game that was public.
And then I wake up and I see some 50 gig patch for Cyberpunk and I'm like, why? Let this fucking, dear God, let that game die. Let it die. It's a single player game. Who cares if it tanked? It's like this weird industry like ego where you can't let your own game die.
Published by Microsoft and honestly had a good amount of hype behind it. It released on the Xbox 360 and games for Windows, which was for Windows Vista at the time, and it was actually a pretty unique game. Obviously you had the different classes, but it also featured a buying system.
Yeah, like you took this and turned it into Cyberpunk. You took a cross of Shadowrun and Grand Theft Auto 3, and you made Shadowrun. It's not even as good as Grand Theft Auto San Andreas, or like I would say Cyberpunk is even as good as San Andreas or fucking Grand Theft Auto 4 or 5, because you get full flight in those games, or even 3 had the dodo. I'm sure the Cyberpunk has flight, but I don't think it's probably the biggest part of the game. You know, it's sort of weird.
Or to something
I don't know. Is there flight in Cyberpunk? I don't care to know. I don't really know. I don't care. I'm like, I don't care. Why are you patching this game from 5 years ago when we can't even get good games from this year? I mean, Cyberpunk wasn't it. That's not it. That's not it. Can you fly in Cyberpunk? The one enterable flying vehicle. No, you have to mod the game. So I'm sorry, I would rather play Grand Theft Auto San Andreas than fucking Cyberpunk. It's a better game. Why you keep fucking so we had Saints Row the 4th or whatever come recently, and we were all betting on that being good because we're like, how can you make it bad? It's got to be good. It's competing with Grand Theft Auto 5, right? So we had some hope for Saints Row 4, but no, I think even Saints Row 4 was a superior game to Cyberpunk. Saints Row 4 is a superior game to Cyberpunk. There was more stuff in it.
Like Counter-Strike. Unfortunately,
why would you rip off Grand Theft Auto so fucking badly and then leave the world so fucking empty of actual content? It's weird. All it is a bunch of Skyrim dungeons, you know?
The game didn't really get great reception, and this
no people don't really like Shadowrun anymore. They want Cyberpunk. It's weird. They don't like Shadowrun anymore. I do like Shadowrun. Shadowrun was such a cool series, you know? Whatever. So many of our modern ideas come from Shadowrun and Neil Gaiman, you know. Oh yeah, cool. So yep. Sorry, I was just looking at some subs and stuff. Here we go. I am looking at this Kira thing about Ubisoft.
Large enough audience to compete. Multiple years into doing this, What fucking hope does failing company with no roster of good games, Ubisoft?
Yeah, what hope do you have if you're not even on Steam? If you're not even on Steam, I don't understand your leadership choices. It's like your ego guides everything that you do. You just say, "Oh, it'll be fine. I'll be Martin Shkreli somehow, and I'll just pull $1 billion out of my ass or something, right?" And we're like, "Nah, you're Martin Shkreliing, and we don't like you. You're not going to do this." And we tell you you're not going to do it, and then you don't do it, and it's like you do it anyways, and it's like okay, if you believe that you're if you believe that you're the quadruple anus, and you remember that was your idea, not ours. You said that you were the quadruple anus when you built Skull and Bones, Ubisoft, and I know you get lectures from nerds all the fucking time, but I'm gonna remind you about this. Like, if you're the quadruple anus, why wouldn't you be on fucking Steam? You know what we think about developers that are afraid of Steam? I've dealt with a couple of them lately. Like, for instance, there's a game that I kind of like that's not on Steam. It's called Vintage Story. There's a game that I kind of like that's not on Steam. It's called, what is it? I was thinking about it tonight, actually. All the time I think about returning to Emperor's Adrift, because it has Final Fantasy XI auto swing combat, and that's really rare. There's only like 5 games in existence that have really good auto swing combat that you can play on a PC RPG. So I was thinking that somehow, some way, like Embers Adrift just has to be good, you know? It just has to be good because it has auto swing combat. We're about to see another Pantheon Rise of the Fallen is finally coming. When is Pantheon release, right? We got some news with that. Like this quarter, we're getting the early access to Pantheon Rise of the Fallen. That might suck my life away entirely. Pantheon isn't going to be Ashes of Creation, but it could be the new Final Fantasy XI. December 13th. That's today? No, that's tomorrow. So Pantheon hits Steam. Add to your wish list. Yep. You must log in. No, I don't want to log in. No, I'll just look at Pantheon. I didn't know Pantheon was going to be on Steam. That's good. So, see, here's that thing. If Pantheon's on Steam, but you're not Ubisoft, don't you think you've kind of either lost your power in the industry or your ego has led you astray, you know, I would say. So we're looking at Pantheon, which is tomorrow, by the way, to my MMO people in here. I know I don't have all MMO people in here, but to my MMO people in here, Pantheon hits tomorrow. We've been waiting for this game for a long fucking time, you know? Add to your wish list. It unlocks in approximately 10 hours, so when I wake up in the morning, I'll be able to play Pantheon. I'll just buy it. They say you can't solo this game. I don't believe them. I don't know if that's legal. I don't know. We'll see. What am I doing? I am going to this faction thing, and I keep getting like kind of sidetracked. Oops. So, oh no, did we finish? No, we finished. I'm done with faction. I'm full blown done. Oh, thank God, I don't have to do it anymore. So now I can just sit in the free for all zone and farm. I don't have to worry about doing stupid ass quests all the time. But I mean, I should do each time I go to the free for all zone, I should do a round of the faction quest, because it's just really good income anyways. I can't believe Pantheon is tomorrow. Loud. Sorry. Adventure to level 40. You know, it's weird. I think I've played this game before, and it's called Embers Adrift. And I think for some reason that they thought they were just because they've been doing it longer that they were going to be better. But I think I've seen a better game than this called Embers Adrift. It's sort of weird. But Embers Adrift failed. There's like 10 active players or something. Oh, I don't know. This game doesn't look that good to me, though. The graphics don't look that good to me. It's sort of like poopy looking a little bit. I don't know. Like, sure, you can be old style, but still have good graphics. I think you could easily steal UE5 graphics. I mean, why not use UE5? Why this old crappy engine, whatever this is? This is some fork of some old engine. What is this? These graphics are not UE5, but that makes them look crappier, honestly. Maybe they are UE5. I don't know. How do I honestly don't know. I think this is going to be a good game. Maybe send a message to Bagon and be like, you know, you want to try a Pantheon? Wait, Veg patch. Wait, there's a Veg patch? Oh yeah, Veg patch notes for eFrontiers blockchain, yeah. Yeah. They're kind of angry about eFrontiers. No, I have to do these quests because there's a really crazy gathering buff. I better reach out to Bagon and be like, would you care to do Pantheon? No, he doesn't want to do MMOs. I'm going to play a win. Oh, single purchase, only $40. So, F13 voicemails. Well, no, I'll cross the bridge when I come to it. If I can just afford it, I'll just do it. That's fine. Oh, my tablet keeps shutting off over and over again. I don't know why. December 13th is Pantheon Day. I'm definitely going to play Pantheon. I definitely am. Maybe I don't want to do Treasures of Ottergon. You know, I don't know. If the XP parties are treating me like that, I mean, I like what, like that guy was such a douchebag, dude. He was like, "You need better gear," and I was like, "What are you talking about, motherfucker? I have Octave Club and Royal Cloak. There is no better gear, and Astral Rings and stuff. Like, what are you talking about? I need better gear. There is no better gear for this level. What the fuck? Are you talking about AF? No, there's no better gear for this level. You're dumb. Like whatever. Like. Pantheon might be what might be the XP party experience that I've been looking for. I don't know. Maybe the music's good. Tomorrow's Pantheon Day, huh? That gives me a reason to really look forward to tomorrow. I mean, I'm looking forward to tomorrow anyways. Today's the best day of my life, even with all the bullshit that happened. Every day is the best day of my life, and I'm really looking forward to tomorrow. Yay. Well, cool. We'll have a game to play tomorrow, hopefully. Trade across three continents in a seamless open world where anything seen can be reached. Discover hidden paths, secret encounters, and rare treasures in a world without boundaries. Climb nearly any surface and seek adventure in every direction, unearthing secrets above and below. Oh, you can climb? Wow. Perception. Discover clues, dialogues, and outcomes that change based on your adventures and the choices you've made along the way. From teleportation to conjuring rafts and bridges, there are a myriad of ways to traverse Terminus. What else will you discover in your adventures? I want to be a mage. Climates. 6 brutal climates await intrepid adventurers in the far reaches of Terminus. Equip your character to acclimate against them as you ascend windswept peaks, dive to crushing depths, and explore the diverse and dangerous biomes of Terminus. Supernatural forces take root where the veil between the worlds thins. Discover specialized artifacts to meet the challenges posed by these unique environments and drive back the invasive powers within. Day, night, hidden things stir when the curtain of night falls on Terminus. Revisit old haunts and previously conquered corners of the world to uncover secrets that only emerge in darkness. Choose from 9 distinct races and 14 compelling classes to create your character. There's Cleric, Dire Lord, Enchanter, Monk, Necromancer, Paladin, Ranger, Rogue, Shaman, Summoner, Warrior, and Wizard. And I think I'll go, I don't know, I could be a cleric. Cleric might be able to solo, maybe. I don't know. Human cleric, huh? Or dark mirror. Okay. Elf, dwarf, halfling. Oh, cool, you can be a halfling. Oh, you know, I would like to, well, I don't know. The game looks well enough. Two curators have reviewed this product. I didn't like the combat in fucking Throne of Liberty at all. What are you talking about? It was a better combat system than most, but it wasn't good, you know. I am getting, ooh, yeah, so maybe I should crash course Pantheon, I guess, tonight. I've got time, so yeah, that's what we'll do tonight. And I've got these other videos I've got to get through. I don't gotta, but I want to. Oh, shit, did I get the quests? No. Oops. I'm gonna be a mage because all I have to do is damage.
I look or sat.
Or maybe I should do heals.
These products and these platforms. I'll tell you what chance they have. Fucking zero. No chance. Like, the delusion of these people running this business is just insane. I know, again, it's not ideal to have Steam basically be the granddaddy, right? Because as much as I love Steam, and I definitely do, and think it is a great platform, competition breeds excellence. And as consumers, we should want other platforms to do well and to compete, because that's where we get the best stuff. Because one of the best ways to compete with other platforms is to give a better user experience, to do better. If developers make more money from their games from not having to pay as much of a cut, there's less requirement to monetize us more. There's more money for them to put into patches or post-launch support, or, you know, community development, or games being created in the future from that studio. All things that will benefit us. There's obviously other things that they can do, like, if you remember Steam back in the day, the sales that they used to do in the events and things were considerably more fleshed out than they are nowadays. Like, I'm talking probably a decade ago now, maybe even more. These are things that we should want, but at the same time, we don't just have to, out of the goodness of our hearts, support other shit companies that have an inferior product. And especially when it's one where it's from a publisher, where it's only their products on the storefront, and it offers a worse experience. Like, these things need to go away. We don't need any more third-party launches and things like that, and we certainly don't need them to have exclusivity of products that otherwise people might have played. If it's their own game, I can understand, do what you want with it, but then when the market decides we're not going to play it, we're not going to give you money for it, you only have yourself to blame for the hubris of trying to compete with an inferior product on a saturated market where you have the fucking granddaddy owned by Gabe Newell. So this is all your own fault. The game's subpar anyway, but obviously it doesn't help that you literally won't put it where the players would play it. As a result, the game is too far away from reaching the results required to enable further significant investment, and we are announcing that we will be sunsetting it. This is kind of where it is, and why, as much as it is funny and also real to just point out that they're fucked and this is a failure, shutting down this game is the only logical conclusion. The same reason that Skull and Bones will also be shut down fairly soon. I'm almost certain of it. That one cost a lot more money and a lot more time, so maybe they'll give it a little bit more time. But this is not a trend line that you can justify to your shareholders. You cannot justify putting money in servers, operation costs, and employees, and potential more development into this trend line. It's just not possible. You're negligent in your duties if that's what you're doing. So it does make logical sense to just shut down anything that's a drain on the money, and try to put everything you've got in producing a couple of really good games, and then trying to claw your way back into an ascendancy instead of, as you can see, a fucking half a decade long descent, which is what Ubisoft's on right now. So with XDefiant shutting down and the hundreds of layoffs, Ubisoft said it's closing the San Francisco and Osaka production studios entirely, again cutting costs. A skeleton crew will be kept on to keep XDefiant running until its total closure. XDefiant was released in May, so, by the time it shuts down, it'll have had a year. Congratulations. Following the project's announcement in 2021, so it had been in development for at least, half a decade or more. At launch, the game was seemingly a success. It reported to reach 1 million players within hours of its official launch. It's free to play. Of course, it's going to. According to Insider Gaming, no official player or revenue numbers has been released, but Ubisoft CEO Yves Guillemot said during an investor call in September that the game did not meet expectations. He's had some fucking rough investor calls. They might as well call those investor calls now Yves's fucking cock and ball torture, because that guy, he's just getting pounded like every time. I bet he wakes up in the middle of the night in a fucking just in a cold sweat, thinking about the next investor call, and some other investor writing a letter saying they're going to take over his company. In October, Rubin said on X that numbers were down due to, quote, very little marketing. I'll translate this for you. They already know, but very little marketing means our game's shit. Like, again, it's not where people can play it, and in 2024,
Oh my
you don't
god.
need marketing for a good product. You just don't. An indie, there's no excuse for failure in 2024 for a video game. If a game launches on Steam and it's good, people will find out about it through word of mouth. That's why indie games can literally not do a single email of marketing, work with nobody, launch just by pressing a button and it appears on Steam, and that game can be one of the best selling games of the year. You don't need marketing, you need a good product. If you need marketing to make your game successful, you don't have a good game, you have a mediocre game and good marketing. Marketing certainly helps, of course, don't get me wrong, I'm not an idiot. Ads, partnerships, working with creators, things like that. All this stuff works objectively, but a good product will market itself. A bad product will also market itself in the complete opposite direction. A strategy designed to, quote, to get the game in a better place before ramping up marketing to attract new and lapsed players. He wrote that he was, quote, crystal clear in that there were no plans to close XDefiant after its 4th season, following an Insider Gaming report that aged fucking real well. In most recent earnings reports in late October, Ubisoft reported that its overall sales were down nearly 20%, but the engagement metrics for its games were up. So people are playing our games, they're just not spending any money. Good metric, I guess. The publisher also said that it's decreased its staff by more than 2,000 people in the prior 24 months, a number that is likely a mixture of both layoffs and voluntary departures. Ubisoft employed 18,666 people as of September, with the company reportedly on track to continue reducing costs. This was talked about before, where they'd basically be firing a whole bunch of people, which this helps with, getting rid of a game and studios that were making the game and working on the game that was making no money. Star Wars Outlaws underperformed, Ubisoft said, but the company stayed quiet on the status of XDefiant. So quiet that an analyst questioned Guillemot about the game's dwindling success. XDefiant is behind our expectations, but the game as a service strategy remains core. How's that working for you, my brother? How is it working for you, my brother? Games as a service strategy. Do you want to see your games? Here you go. Here's your games as a service strategy. Do you want to point out on this fucking chart where the strategy is working out? Are we waiting for some success here? Because if not, I think you need to change your strategy, don't you? They've scored 15 goals against you per game for an entire season, and you've not changed your defenders out. What are you doing, Maggie? The line still appears to be true, said in the notice to staff on Tuesday, that games as a service remains a pillar of Ubisoft's strategy, citing success with Rainbow Six, The Crew, and For Honor. There you go then. Just continue, mate. Those 3 games, we've had some real success with 3 games. Oh yeah? Have you? Do you want to show me? These people are fucking delusional. That's crazy. The market has never been as certain in rejecting Ubisoft's strategy. You can see this objectively from player numbers, player reviews. I know social media isn't always true, and it does suffer from a bit of a bubble problem, but the fact that these games are closing down and you can see the Steam numbers for some of them, what can you say? You can also see that investors have never had less interest or confidence in this company, and yet we're sticking to it, guys. It's one day we're gonna fucking turn it around, aren't we? These guys are delusional. They deserve the failure. They do. I feel sorry for the people who work for this company, because you need to be job hunting real soon. I'm sure there's another company that can use your talents. There's a whole bunch of talented people over at Ubisoft, and it's not their fault. entirely. You know, it takes a whole bunch of people and usually a lot of higher ups to make bad decisions, to make bad games. But this is Ubisoft. You've been working there. If you've been there for years now, you kind of know what you're in for. By the way, that's it. Laugh at Ubisoft is over for today. 2 months I give it before we're doing the same thing with Skull and Bones. And we'll see what happens. We'll see if the market continues to reject everything that these motherfuckers do. I expect it will, but we'll have to see how.
Best PC pirate games.
Ahoy there, LT gamers! Have you ever wondered which pirate games are truly worth their weight in gold? If so, you're in the right place, because today we're diving deep into the 7 seas of gaming to uncover the ultimate treasures of the pirate genre and a few puns along the way. My name is Tom and welcome to LT Gaming. Pirate games have always been a bit of a wild ride for me. I'm either completely captivated, sailing through the high seas with excitement, and other times I can't even get on board. It's a genre that is full of promise but often falls short of the mark. That's why I put together this list today to help you navigate the waters and find the real gems that capture the true essence of being a pirate, with all the adventure, danger, and yes, that yar spirit. So without further ado, let's hoist the sails and jump into the top 18 pirate games to play this year. Before we set off, make sure you chart your course by liking this video, subscribing to LT Gaming, and hitting that notification bell. You don't want to miss out on any of our future videos into the world of gaming. Let's get into it. Before we dive into the countdown, let's talk about how I've selected these 18 pirate games. First off, I'm keeping things traditional. They're all going to be firmly set in the pirate era. While space pirates and futuristic adventures are a lot of fun, they're not going to be taking part in today's list. We're going to be focusing on the golden age of piracy, the age of sail, all with wooden ships, treasure maps, and plenty of swashbuckling action. And I've placed an emphasis on originality and community reception as part of this list as well. So with those criteria in mind, let's explore the best pirate games out there to play. At number 18, we have Tempest Pirate Action RPG, an open world adventure where you command your own ship across 3 massive continents. This game is packed with colonies, forts, and countless quests to plunder. You can customize your ship, trade goods, and battle legendary sea monsters like the Kraken and Leviathan. What makes Tempest stand out is its arcade-style sailing mechanics and engaging gameplay. It's a fun and accessible pirate experience, perfect for the casual, yet exciting high adventure on the high seas still to be had. Personally, Tempest is a good time with some enjoyable moments. It doesn't quite hit greatness, but it's worth grabbing on sale for some entertaining hours, even if it lacks that long-term appeal. At number 17, we have Sea Dogs, a classic RPG that lets you live out your pirate fantasies on the high seas. You step into the boots of a young captain and embark on a journey from humble beginnings to becoming a powerful force in the age of sail. You shape your destiny as you conquer islands, forge alliances, and seek your fortune. Also a special shout out to Sea Dogs 2, which was rebranded as Pirates of the Caribbean. I adored that game growing up. It is fantastic, but I cannot find it to play, so I have to keep my recommendation to Sea Dogs 1, but if anyone knows where to pick up Sea Dogs 2 or Pirates of the Caribbean, let me know. But you should rediscover this gem. Despite its age and quirks, it still captivates with rich gameplay and an adventurous spirit. At number 16, we have Rum and Gun, basically Diablo but set in a pirate theme. So this is an ARPG with loot mechanics, and it's set across the Indian. And at number 15, we have Cursed Crew, a unique twist on the pirate genre that puts you in command of a cursed ship. In this crew management roguelike, you'll steer your vessel through dangerous waters, manage your crew, fend off rival pirates, sea monsters, and do whatever it takes to lift your curse. What sets this one apart is it's a fresh take on the pirate theme. It blends strategic crew management with roguelike elements, creating a gameplay experience that is challenging, original, and a fun loop overall. Personally, I'm a fan of the game's distinctive art style. It reminds me of titles like Don't Starve, Oxygen Not Included, and even though it's in early access and has some first. Sailing in at number 14 is Salt 2 Shores of Gold, an open world pirate adventure that combines exploration, survival, and crafting into a really captivating experience. In this game, you're going to navigate an endlessly procedural world aboard your ship, discovering islands, bringing with quests, caves, towns, pirates, and hidden secrets. You level up your skills, you craft gear, fishing, hunting, decorating your ship. There is something to keep you engaged at all times. Salt 2 has a tranquil, immersive feel to it throughout the sailing and exploration. The open world feels serene and inviting, and is perfect for those who want a more peaceful pirate experience. I'm quite smitten with this game. The simple character models and terrain might not be flashy, but it's very engaging, and at night it creates this stunning, enchanting atmosphere. Dynamic weather and fitting music really enhance the immersion, so it's definitely one to have a look at. At number 13 we have Port Royale 3, my pick from this series, a strategic gem set in the Caribbean during the 17th century. You were caught up amongst fierce competition between Spain, England, France and the Netherlands, and you choose between two exciting campaigns.
Salt 2 is kind of what I came looking for
as you forge your path forward. Port Royale 3 stands out for its engaging mix of strategic trade management and immersive colonial warfare. It's a solid choice for fans of the genre, offering a depth of gameplay that's quite rewarding, especially I think with this one if you catch it on sale. Personally I found it enjoyable but a bit slow paced. The game functions well and allows for extensive trade route setup, but sometimes you just feel like you're waiting for something to happen and there's not a massive amount of challenge. I'm not a fan of Port Royale 4, so if you're going to look for a game in this vein, I would go with this title. At number 12 we have Shadow Gambit: The Cursed Crew, a captivating stealth strategy game set in the Lost Caribbean. You command a ghost ship and assemble a crew of cursed pirates using magical powers to outwit the Inquisition and uncover the legendary treasure. What makes Shadow Gambit stand out is it's a unique blend of stealth and strategy wrapped up in a mystical pirate adventure. It's a delightful game to dive in for some hours of tactical gameplay and a bit of supernatural intrigue. From my perspective, Shadow Gambit's a really solid game with a rich mix of story elements. It's very narrative heavy, so take that in mind. And I would say that the core gameplay overall is very engaging, and it's a rare gem in the stealth genre, definitely worth picking up if you're into this, what I've described here. At number 11 we have Hero of the Kingdom 2, a charming adventure that takes you from the furthest reaches of the world in a quest to rescue your kidnapped sister from a ruthless pirate crew. Your mission is to traverse distant lands, help those in need, complete quests and gather valuable items on your way to rescue her. What makes Hero of the Kingdom 2 stand out is it's an expansion on the original game's mechanics, delivering longer, more intricate story with plenty of twists along the way. It's primarily a casual game focused on exploration, quest completion, with some resource management and item finding elements that add a touch of depth. Personally, I was pleasantly surprised by how much I enjoyed this one. While it's not a puzzle game in a traditional sense, it is a well-crafted fetch quest with a compelling story. So if you're into casual adventures with a heartwarming narrative, it's definitely worth taking a look. At number 10 we have Risen 2 Dark Waters, a swashbuckling adventure set in a world ravaged by titans
Risen 2 was a
and plagued by
pirate ship
monstrous sea
game.
creatures. The game picks up several years after the original Risen, where humanity is on the brink and the seas are no longer safe for sailing. Risen 2 stands out from the pirate genre because it's a unique take on a classical pirate tale. It is an older game with a solid narrative and an intriguing setting, so it's perfect for scratching that pirate itch if you're up for something a bit nostalgic as well. From my experience, the game has its charm, but it does have a bit of frustration as well. Graphics hold up decently, not amazing, but the animations are a bit stiff. Voice acting is very good. Combat does have its clunky moments, and there is no swimming, which in a pirate game is a little baffling, but you can navigate these dark, expansive maps without too much guidance. If you like this one, it's a bit quirky. I would probably recommend getting it on sale, but it is full of old school pirate vibes. Coming in at number 9 we have Man of War Corsair Warhammer Naval Battles. This combines high seas adventures with the rich lore of the Warhammer universe and inspired by the Man of War tabletop game. Dive into epic naval combat, plunder some enemy ships and explore the vast ocean of Warhammer's dark fantasy world. What is making this one stand out is Warhammer, and it's set with pirate classical gameplay, and the result is a thrilling experience where you command a fleet, raid ports and leave your mark as a legendary pirate. In my experience, Corsair is a lot of fun. It does come with a bit of a learning curve. Once you get the hang of it and master some tactics, It is a very rewarding game overall. If you're a fan of Warhammer and pirates, it's a must play, even with a few rough edges. At number 8 we have Assassin's Creed Rogue. The darkest installment in the Assassin's Creed series in my opinion. You step into the boots of Shay, a former assassin turned ruthless assassin hunter. Your journey takes you from the bustling streets of New York City to wild river valleys and then the icy North Atlantic as well, all in a quest to eradicate the Brotherhood. What sets this one apart is it is AAA quality, it's immersive gameplay, it has that Assassin's Creed formula mixed in with thrilling naval combat and exploration.
I'll be right back, just gotta go pee. Get something to drink too. Get some water. The quiche was so good.
It's similar to Black Flag but has a bit of a twist. In my opinion, it's a fantastic addition to the series. If you like Assassin's Creed, you're going to really enjoy this one, and I find it works well on Steam Deck as well, so Pirate Adventures Assassin's Creed is going to be worth your time if those check your boxes. At number 7 we've got Return to Monkey Island, a delightful surprise that brings back the magic of the classic adventure series, of which I can recommend all of them. At number 6 we have Pillars of Eternity 2 Deadfire, the thrilling sequel to the award-winning RPG. This one's set in the Deadfire archipelago in your own ship as you hunt down a rogue god. The game has deep...
Yeah, but like, they don't, like, I don't think they have like simulation in it. I think they've just got RPG stuff and like, Yep, nope. That's all I need to know about that.
At number 5 we have Ultimate Admiral Age of Sail, a compelling war game that puts you in command of both naval and land operations during the Age of Sail. Dive into meticulously crafted historical battles with a degree of tactical depth, making every engagement a strategic challenge. This one's not strictly a pirate game, you got me, but it does capture the essence of Age of Sail quite brilliantly. The game stands out for its detailed ship configurations and tactical naval combat, letting you design your fleet and engage in these epic high seas battles. In my experience, the sailing mechanics are quite enjoyable, but the land-based troop movements are clunky and simplistic, and the game's transition over to the land combat is not for me. But if you're into detailed naval strategies and battles, it's definitely worth a look. Next up, we embark on a legendary journey across the Caribbean in Sid Meier's Pirates. Whether you choose to plunder the high seas or serve one of the nations as a privateer, your fate is in your hands here. You battle relentless foes, you raid coastal towns, you court beautiful maidens, evade capture, and of course unearth hidden treasures. Sid Meier's Pirates is one of the quintessential pirate games. It's a timeless classic. I've owned it across multiple platforms, and I think the remake is the best version of this game and is a gold standard in the pirate genre. It truly embodies what a pirate game should be, engaging gameplay loops with rich replay value, and it continues to be a favourite of mine and one I sorely wish they would remake for the modern era. At number 3 we have Return of the Obra Dinn, a unique gem in the pirate genre that will keep you guessing start to finish. Set in 1807, you step into the shoes of an insurance investigator sent to unravel the mystery of the lost merchant ship Obra Dinn, with over 200 tons of trade goods and mysteries. At number 2, a game that needs no intro, Sea of Thieves. This one embodies the pirate experience. From the moment you board your ship, you're immersed in this world where adventure awaits at every turn. It's an open world game where you can live out your pirate fantasies, hunt for buried treasure, engage in thrilling naval battles, or just explore mysterious islands. You've got freedom to choose your path. One of the standout features that me and Luke have really loved is the dynamic multiplayer world where you work together on a cooperative voyage, or you face other crews and annihilate them or get annihilated in turn. The visuals are great, beautiful diverse islands with lifelike water make sailing a joy, and there is a constant threat of other players seeking to sink your ship, and it can make this nerve-wracking experience, but it does add a layer of intensity and unpredictability. Me and Luke were wildly unsuccessful pirates, but we had a lot of fun. Sea of Thieves is an essential experience for anyone who enjoys pirate-style games. You should check it out. At our number 1 spot, we're diving into the high seas with Assassin's Creed 4 Black Flag. Set in 1715, this is a thrilling adventure that throws you into the golden age of piracy, where outlaws reign supreme in the Caribbean. What sets this one apart is it is AAA. It has epic storytelling, stunning graphics and engaging gameplay, everything you want in a pirate game. Vast open world exploration, you're free to sail across a sprawling map full of diverse islands, hidden treasures and bustling ports. So whether you're a long-time fan of the series or completely new to it, and you're just looking to scratch that pirate itch, Black Flag is going to deliver an unforgettable pirate adventure and is a must play for anyone looking to live out their swashbuckling dreams. Set sail and embrace the pirate's life. And there you have it, LT Gamers, our top pirate games that let you live out your...
I don't think this is it. I think I'm looking for like a submarine sim.
I absolutely love RTS.
Thank you,
games. have to
Shermanator. I'd
think
like to sub to your
tactically
channel.
Outsmart your opponent. While games like the Silent Hunter series and the more recent U-Boat, and now this upcoming game called Silent Depth 2 Pacific may not be specifically RTS games, I do feel like they hit a lot of the same ideas, though in a different way. Submarines are, of course, ambushers. They make the best of an opportunity, they get their critical hits in, and then they dive away, hiding from any potential counterattacks. After that, they might try to attempt to re-engage the same target or just continue sneaking away unseen. However, you have to think ahead. You have to position your submarine in a way that gives you the maximum exposure to as many targets as possible while still evading being detected by destroyers and aircraft. This is the part that really tickles my RTS brain, spending 20 minutes positioning yourself the best you can, always thinking 3 or more steps ahead. What's your escape plan going to look like once you're detected? How are the escorts going to respond? While also deciding which type of torpedo to use, how deep they should run, and which ships to target in what is likely going to be your only opportunity at a stealthy first strike. Are you a fan of Silent Hunter or U-Boat? Let me know down in the comments. I'm super interested to know if you guys think this type of game actually meshes with RTS players. Enter Silent Depth 2 Pacific, published and developed by Microprose. It's set to release into early access in a few days in mid-July on Steam. In their words, it'll be a light sub-sim. Hopefully the light part means that it will be very accessible and allow people who just want to watch very big ships explode and go down into the Pacific to be able to play the game, while also hopefully allowing for more experienced submarine sim players to, for example, manually enter information into the TDC or Torpedo Data Computer, to just name one thing. Silent Hunter and U-Boat are actually really good at this, allowing players to set their own really level of realism or difficulty, making these games as easily arcade as World of Warships, all the way to a quite hardcore submarine simulation experience and everything in between those two. And for both those games, the options are greatly enhanced through very extensive modding. Now, Silent Depth 2 Pacific, as the title implies, will deal with the Pacific theater, putting you in control of a Gato-class US Navy submarine during World War II. Now, the Gato-class subs were technically in service when the US entered World War II after Pearl Harbor in early December of 1941. However, only a single one was actually in use by the US Navy at the time. The Gato-class submarines wouldn't be seen in larger numbers until about a year later, meaning that it's likely the campaign for the game may start around mid to late 1942. The store page says that, quote, the entire Pacific Ocean is your battlefield, end quote. If this is remotely similar to the size of the map in Silent Hunter 4, this would mean it's going to be quite massive. There's no image of the map. There are some screenshots that include a map of the North Pacific Ocean, seemingly covering Japan in the northeast as well as Iwo Jima and Saipan. Whether this is the full map, part of the map, a random asset, or just something else is not known, but I just wanted to point out that little map. Now, graphics may not be everything. I do think it is still quite important, especially when it comes to the quality and look and feel of the water in naval-based games. Because, well, basically, the only environment you'll find yourself staring at is going to be the water while you're out at sea on a patrol. The screenshots and videos do show quite a few different situations: night, day, storm, clear weather, above, and also underwater. It looks quite good in some screenshots, but then others seem to appear a lot less good looking. This can be due to the screenshots being older, or perhaps it's the time of day or angle of the picture. It's just something to keep in mind. The more recent early access announcement trailer's water, though, looks really good, so maybe that's just the most recent build. We can only guess until we get our hands on it. As I said, day and night, as well as different weather conditions, are represented in the game with an ongoing cycle as you are on patrol. Nothing is said about how night might impact you or the enemies, though assumedly the enemy have a harder time spotting a surface submarine at night, while your spotting / vision / detection range might also be a lot more hampered at night. I like how U-Boat did this. Nights are incredibly dark depending on the season and moon cycle. The nights appear a little brighter so far in Silent Depth 2, at least from what we can see, though it's possible that those screenshots were taken with a full moon. Regarding whether if it's purely a visual thing or if it actually impacts spotting and sensors isn't really known. In stormy weather, ships will obviously be bobbing up and down, and this means that their vertical position in the water will change a lot, and torpedoes will have to be adjusted accordingly, for example. Now, I don't really mind this water droplet effect when the view is clearly from some sort of like external or cinematic camera, but it's a bit silly to have them when you are in first person view. Unless you're wearing like glasses or a helmet with a visor, it just seems a little bit too much for me. Something I don't think I've really seen before in a submarine simulator is the fact that the store page mentions engaging ground targets. This likely is limited to like searchlights, radar installations, or smaller emplaced positions, seeing as the submarine's deck gun is just of a pretty small caliber. This isn't unrealistic or ahistorical. A famous though rather insignificant raid by a Japanese sub on the US West Coast in early 1942 actually saw just that happen. Perhaps as a nod to that, you'll be ordered to engage a Japanese oil refinery at some point in the game. Systems aboard your submarine can get temporarily or permanently knocked out, meaning you'll have to get back to base to get them back up and running. A screenshot from the previous game in this series from back in 2018 might give you a very basic idea of what to expect. No current screenshot of this is available. Perhaps damage to the conning tower means you won't be able to dive without taking in water. Or when your compressor got destroyed, this means you can't force air into the ballast tanks in case of an emergency when you're underwater. There are a ton of different options here, which might make patrols feel different from one another depending on what damage is taken and how severe it is. Having played a ton of U-Boat, something I really liked about that game was that the crew felt very alive and dynamic. Your men don't just teleport to the deck gun or the station you order them to man, they have to walk there. This means that you have to take this into consideration and is part of that RTS mindset, planning ahead. In the footage we've seen so far from Silent Depth 2, the deck gun seems to be firing itself without any crew at all. Whether this is still a work in progress thing or if crew will even be visible at their stations when ordered isn't known. We do have one picture with some officers and enlisted men in the interior, but that's really just about it. Now I could talk for hours about ships we see in pictures and videos like the Yamato or this US aircraft carrier hidden in the fog off of the naval base, but this will have to do for now. Now I love Silent Hunter and U-Boat, and I'm always down to take a look at games that are somewhat similar. With what we've seen from Silent Depth 2 so far, it might just be a great new submarine game to add to the library, but we'll only know for sure in about a week from now. I hope you enjoyed the video, and I'll catch you in the next one.
Thank you, Cyber Raccoon. I'd like to sub to your channel.
A selection of great submarine-themed games, ranging from arcade to serious sims. Pick your favorite. Cold Waters, the title of one of the best submarine simulators in our opinion, deserves the game Cold Waters, released on PC in 2017 and dedicated to modern naval battles after 1968. It was able to capture and fully convey the concept of the legendary dangerous waters, complementing the similar real-time action gameplay with many new original finds. For example, the game has a dynamically changing, absolutely unpredictable environment. This applies both to the state of water and whether waves, temperature, precipitation, visibility, and so on, and the possibility of meeting with the enemy, number of ships, their classes, tasks, and so on. Moreover, the element of chance is typical for both story campaigns and individual missions, present in Cold Waters, the number of which is constantly increasing due to the activity of modders. AI is also based on a unique algorithm, which is based on a deep analysis of the tactics of naval combat involving ships of various classes, correspond to reality and models of ships, their armament, equipment, and behavior on and underwater. Finally, the game has an epic and tense atmosphere dedicated to the naval confrontation between the major powers of the second half of the 20th century. Subnautica is a unique game that can fully convey the atmosphere of life in the unexplored depths of the ocean, even if it is located on an alien planet. In terms of gameplay, Subnautica is an open-world first-person survival game whose original concept makes the presence and use of all kinds of futuristic submarines a must.
What?
Unusual, exciting, and atmospheric. All these are well-deserved epithets for Subnautica. Silent Hunter, a series for those who are not afraid of difficulties, but on the contrary, see additional opportunities in them. In addition to managing the submarine, the player, as the commander of the submarine, also takes care of all the worries about his crew. Also, Silent Hunter games, especially the last parts of it, are distinguished by realistic graphics, detailed models of ships and submarines, an abundance of sound and visual effects. All in all, it's one of the best realistic submarine sim series out there, and it also has a decent amount of official and fan-made add-ons, some of which are free. Trauma is a cooperative adventure game. According to the plot, people, in order to survive, went to the satellite of Jupiter, Europa in the future. True, because of its radioactive surface, life exists only in the ocean. You as a team have to explore the dark corners of the underwater world. Together with other players or bots, you will control the submarine. Moreover, this is not the easiest task. You need to activate various switches, monitor the condition of the case, and so on. There is one more, but these are sea monsters that will try to destroy the submarine. Believe me, you have never seen such mutants anywhere else. Trauma is a great submarine horror game to play with your friends. The Submarine K-141 curse has become a defendant in one of the most mysterious and horrific events of the early 21st century. In 2000 it was flooded, but the reasons for the death are rather strange. You will be convinced of it personally, passing curse. This is a documentary adventure game in which you will take on the role of an American spy. Having infiltrated a submarine, he becomes a witness to tragic events. The gameplay includes performing simple tasks, the essence of which is to communicate with the crew or to solve simple puzzles. You have to maintain relationships with team members and try not to get caught red-handed, until strange things start to happen on board. U-Boat. Authentic game, a simulator of the control of a submarine during the Second World War. The player will have to solve various tasks, from providing the submarine with resources to destroying enemies. The gameplay can be conditionally divided into two components: management of the team and the boat. In the first case, the user will monitor the physical and mental state of the crew members and meet their needs. In the second, you need to effectively allocate resources and monitor the condition of the submarine. Often the player will have to make difficult decisions. Turn off equipment to extend battery life, force people to stay in their cockpits, and the like. U-Boat is popular among fans of games about submarines, but if the user does not fumble in this topic, he will still like it and help him figure out the structure of these mechanical sharks. Wolfpack, a cooperative simulator designed for several players. Gamers have to control a submarine and intercept transport convoys, and then destroy them and go unnoticed. Players can assume the following roles: captain, officer of the watch, radio operator, helmsman, and navigator. Each team member has their own tasks. For example, a radio operator can use communications equipment, as well as the notorious Enigma cycle machine. The helmsman will have to set the speed and set the course. One of the main features of Wolfpack is the detailed modeling of equipment, tools, and the submarine as a whole. According to the developers, everything in the game is recreated based on real photos and descriptions. Victory at Sea Pacific, a real-time strategy game set in World War II. The emphasis in the gameplay is on naval battles, although the gamer can also control aircraft. The essence of the game is simple. You, controlling various equipment, must destroy enemy combat units. To do this, of course, you need to think over tactics, where without it in the war. There are elements of construction. You can improve shipyards and ports. You can control entire squads, as well as individual ships, including submarines and aircraft. The crew and equipment can also be improved. Judging by the reviews, this is a good global naval strategy that will appeal to fans of the genre. Equinox, a series
Well fought.
that appeared in the 90s and still remains the best among arcade submarine simulators. The action takes place in the distant future, where governments and large corporations build huge underwater stations to extract valuable resources, and then completely made life on the Earth's surface impossible due to total destruction and radiation contamination. The player assumes the role of a mercenary who performs tasks for numerous factions. Battle Stations, a series of realistic and spectacular games on the computer dedicated to naval battles involving a large number of different vehicles and a historically accurate scenario. In total, players are expected to have more than 100 pieces of equipment, exciting story campaigns, and several modes for online play. (1914) Shells of Fury, simulator about submarines of the First World War. The attention to historical details and rather difficult missions from the point of view of tactics, designed for connoisseurs of the Navy of those times, are impressive. In addition to the beautifully modeled German submarines in 1914. Game, a simulator of the control of a submarine during the Second World War. The player will have to solve various tasks, from providing the submarine with resources to destroying enemies. The gameplay can be conditionally divided into two components: management of the team and the boat. In the first case, the user will monitor the physical and mental state of the crew members and meet their needs. In the second, you need to effectively allocate resources and monitor the condition of the submarine. Often the player will have to make difficult decisions.
I hate the music they play in the back of this stupid shit.
Hi everyone and welcome back to the channel. Submarine games somehow became more popular during 90s, but then again after year 2000 we have some great titles and upcoming games as well. So Therefore today let's start with all the games, gradually coming to the most recent ones and leaving those upcoming games for the last. Okay, let's dive in, and before we do that, make sure you subscribe and hit notification bell to be always informed about new episodes. So let's start with Silent Savage 2. The original Silent Savage was released in 1985. It won Simulation of the Year on in 6 countries and was voted Best Adventure Game for the home computer by Academy of Adventure Gaming Arts and Design in 1986. Silent Savage 2 was released in 1990 and it has very decent gameplay, good graphics and sound effects for the time. Overall, great simulation of submarine warfare in World War II settings. Silent Hunter 3, a bit newer game, released in 2005, featuring a movie-like graphics and simple tension-filled gameplay. Very good game at the time, and still in some ways it can compete with today's rivals. The game offers a realistic and immersive environment with 3D water modeling, historically accurate submarines, ships and aircraft, and the changing weather conditions as well. The game features different type U-boats that can engage in battles against allied convoys and warships. The game also offers a dynamic campaign mode where you can create your own naval war story based on your command decisions. Players can also command their crew, who will evolve based on the results of each patrol. Well, very great feature, and you can engage in multiplayer cooperative play with up to 8 players as well. So very nice game. Wolfpack. This game offers you experience of the tense atmosphere of the submarine warfare. It is a first-person U-boat game set during World War II, while one or multiple crews of players control German Type 7 U-boat to intercept and sink enemy ships while avoiding detection themselves. Each player mans a different station on the U-boat. Yes, you heard me right. The U-boat can have up to 5 players, each with specific role and responsibilities such as, for example, captain, a dive officer, radio man, navigator. The game also features a single-player mode and allows players to join the battles as a part of Wolfpack. Well, very great game. All stations and instruments on the board are modeled after original pictures and sources, and the game includes a fully operational torpedo data computer, manual navigation tools, and ship recognition manual as well. Quite an impressive game. Cold Waters. This game lets you participate in naval warfare against enemy ships, submarines and aircraft, while also conducting intercepts, amphibious landings and insertion missions as well. Yeah, quite diverse game. The game features a variety of weapons including wire-guided torpedoes, anti-ship and cruise missiles, and SEAL teams as well. Yeah, you heard me right, SEAL teams as well. Well, very diverse and interesting game. There are over 40 different classes of ships and submarines, and dynamic campaign as well for all this stuff. The next game is one of the kind in our list, because this game is about anti-submarine warfare. Destroyer, the U-boat hunter. It is a stunning simulator depicting the Battle of Atlantic, where you take control of Fletcher-class destroyer and manage a whole escort group protecting convoys against German U-boat attacks. The game is absolutely sweet. Battles are generated with randomized weather, time of the day and enemy attack patterns, providing you with virtually infinite number of battle scenarios, so you can play this game over and over and over again. The game is very immersive and realistic and one of the best games out there. Iron Wolf VR. In this case, VR stands for virtual reality. Yes, it is a virtual normal PC.
I don't like this video that much. Oops. Order Mortals back up. Probably not, huh?
In 1938, the world naively thought war in Europe had been avoided by sacrificing the Sudetenland to Germany.
As symbolic of the desire of our two peoples never to go to war with one another again.
But the British and French should have known that when you give a wild animal food, it'll come back for you. But even after eating up the rest of Czechoslovakia, the German beast hungered once more, this time for Polish land. Finally, the Western powers said enough was enough, but that was not going to deter Germany. In fact, this was what it wanted. Germany launched its invasion and Europe was once again at war. While German leadership is confident about the army's ability to perform on land, Germany is horribly outmatched on the sea. But that doesn't mean the British are safe on the seas. Germany's undersea flotilla of submarines poses a grave danger to vital British trade routes that it needs to sustain itself. Despite the odds being completely stacked against them, the sailors of the
This
Kriegsmarine
nerd.
get ready to deploy for the Battle of the Atlantic.
Nerd.
Last, U-boat has sailed
I love real nerds.
and I'm happy to play it because this game is quite a gem. It's a sub simulator that allows you to command a German sub through World War II.
German
You can sub
sub.
at any point in the war you want, but of course, in the later dates, the Allied anti-sub tactics and techs get better, so it gets a lot harder. I'm just gonna start from the beginning in 1939 because I haven't played this game in over 2 years, so I'm really rusty. In the early war, the Allies haven't taken the submarine threat too seriously yet, so you can get away with a lot. There are a lot of options to customize the game to your liking, ranging from just want to chill and blow up ships to full-blown autism simulator. And I'm just gonna hang out in the middle. Then I just need to customize my character and I'm gonna play as myself before finally setting off. So if I'm gonna win the Battle of the Atlantic, I gotta get out there and sink some ships. While at port, an officer will give you missions to go to certain sectors to find and sink merchant ships. As I'm heading out to the area, High Command decides that actually I'm not going there, I'm supposed to hang out north of Ireland. These patrols are pretty straightforward. Sail around and use my hydrophone to listen for any ships. Once I finally find one, it's full steam ahead to intercept it. As I approach it, I see the ship is Norwegian, which we're still neutral with for, spoilers, 6 more months, so I can't immediately sink it. But that doesn't mean I have to leave them alone. I could still board the ship and interrogate the captain. There, we can have a chat and I can figure out if the ship is truly neutral or if they're hiding war materials for the Allies. I found out the ship was transporting goods to Canada, making it fair game for me to sink. I'm not a monster though. I allowed the crew to evacuate the ship before slamming it with my deck. It took a few shots to sink it, but it did go down. Then I could pick over the wreckage for stuff I want and take some sailors in because you get money and reputation for bringing them back to Germany. I chased down another ship, and this one was flying a Canadian flag, so weapons free. They saw me coming and tried to serpentine me as if that was gonna do anything. I'm not gonna waste a torpedo on that ship. I'm actually gonna disrespect them by getting near their ship and shooting at it with my AA gun. It takes a while, but you can start fires and punch holes in the hull to make merchant ships sink. You would think it couldn't get any worse for this crew, but I also took their food. They'll be fine anyways, you know what they say, plenty of fish in the sea. Just to show y'all what it's like, I use a torpedo on the next merchant ship. For now, I'm just gonna assign my officers to aim the torpedoes. I could manually aim the torpedoes if I want to, but I'm feeling kinda lazy today, alright? So
That
I
was
just wait for my
5,000
officers to
gold?
build up
Oh
a
my
percentage
god, I
of
shouldn't have
accuracy I'm
done that.
comfortable with and tell them to fire. 3 torpedoes is super overkill for this, but that's just in case of a dud or something missing.
This was not worth it. This was not... Oh, 39
And as you
exceptional
can
fish
see,
baits.
the
Okay.
3 torpedoes I fired, 2 of them
I fucked up there. God damn it, I fucked up so bad right there. I didn't see how expensive it was. I was like, what?
Nearby, and as I got closer, I could see that they were actually warships, so I gotta be careful because if they spot me, I'm not gonna last very long. It was already off to a bad start because nobody reloaded the torpedoes after firing them, so I had to wait for one to be reloaded. Finally,
Well, at least I
aimed
didn't
the
lose all
torpedo at the
those.
last ship and fired, only to realize it was out of range. I was so embarrassed, I just left out of shame. At least the British ships didn't notice that, so they couldn't laugh at me. Later, I finally see another merchant ship. I'm at a weird angle, so I decide to aim my back torpedo at it, but I got a 92% chance to hit, so of course I'm gonna completely whiff the ship. I try to save it by repositioning the sub to fire again. Both torpedoes hit, finishing the patrol mission for me. Now I can go back to Wilhelmshaven and get a warm welcome, along with a bunch of medals for our actions. More missions are opening up, but for now, High Command is just giving me more patrol missions to continue the tonnage war. So I just picked the one that's closest to me. Right when I head out, High Command tells me that there's a lost submarine that I need to track down, and of course it's right by the British coastline. Surprisingly, the coast of the UK wasn't that guarded, but then again, it is October 1939. It's not like the British have locked in yet. They still think the French army is gonna beat the Germans again.
No, this isn't it. They don't really... I don't know.
Firstly, I want to make something very clear. This isn't a hate video. I don't hate Donkey Crew, I don't hate Last Oasis, I just want this game to be good. I know it can be, and I understand that making games is hard, and that you can't please everybody, but you can please some people. Donkey Crew tried to please what seemed like everybody and no one at the same time. And now look where it's ended up. It really is a case study on how a good game with a good concept can be ruined by bad decision after bad decision. The attitude of the devs also didn't help. Recently, they've announced that at some point, Season 6 is coming out, along with mod support. Whether this is too little too late is something we'll have to see. Most people by now know that the studio for the most part has moved on to Bellwright, some shitty Valheim clone. They have, however, left a few stars for the most part has moved on to Bellwright, some shitty Valheim clone. They have, however, left a few sorry souls to work on this once beloved game, including Brian the Hacker, someone who was able to introduce mods in The Last Oasis despite the game not officially supporting them. Again, is this too little too late? I know it isn't much, but I genuinely did enjoy the game. I have 1.7k hours in it for a reason. I've played since launch. Season 5 was just the last straw for me. Will the game come back? I don't know. Will I be back? Yeah, I hope to be, and I want to make content again for the game. I actually did have a video in the works for a while when private servers were going on, but when everything died, I just sort of lost motivation to continue editing. Not to mention, when the studio stopped making updates, I assumed the game was dead, and that it would be abandoned. So, like a moron, I deleted all my footage. The devs made an announcement that, again, mods in Season 6 are in the works. When the release date is, who knows? But it is coming. Maybe. Look, I know it's very easy to be doomer about all of this, but who knows? Mods could revive the game. God knows where DayZ would be without mods. Maybe when the official gets stale, people start filtering into modded servers, and that is, if any modders even come to the game. Time will have to tell. The question is, well, what would I want from this game? Or, more importantly, maybe, what would you want from this game? Firstly, I think everyone can agree that most of the shit from Season 5 just didn't work. The PvE stuff was fun, but the bullshit sandstorms, traveling tunnels, quality, schematics, please just delete that from the next season. I promise no one will miss it all too much. The tablet system offered logical progression from early game to end game and gave clans and groups a set goal of things they needed to farm for. I understand the main complaint from the dev team was that the progression system became too obsolete too quickly for big groups, but unfortunately that's just what tends to happen. Big groups are obviously going to progress through a system like this far quicker than anyone else. That's the nature of the game that's been created. Then easier fixes can be implemented, such as making it so getting tablets and fragments is a bit harder, as well as making it so tablets have unique properties that only allow them to be used for
Thank you, Super Fefedge. I've liked and sub to your channel.
Oasis is dominated. The only people playing, for the most part, are people playing on a private server. Season 4 private server. As you can see, not much has changed. Last Oasis is dominated by mostly larger clans who have played the game non-stop, so they're almost impossible to beat. And this is how they play. They basically bully any new players or any players that don't have the skill or the numbers over them. They always have better gear. They always have better walkers. They have, you know, stuff that's almost unattainable to a new player. And their toxicity is thus. Like, they just bully people and destroy their things and say it's a PvP game, get good. Unfortunately, Last Oasis is probably not going to survive much longer. Its player base is just a few hundred people, and the official servers are all but dead. I don't expect the dev team to be able to afford the server.
You morose motherfucker sounds so
Without
bummed
new
out all
sales,
the
without
time.
income, you just simply can't pay for
The
games.
Doomer generation sounds so fucking bummed out all the time. I know I do too. But like, I sound angry, they sound bummed out. It sucks, and it's like,
Continue. This is mainly the reason why, right here. We have players who, I hate to use the word grief because that's really, you know, caring of me to say that, but the reality is Last Oasis players just grief. It's something sadistic about the game. It brings it out in these players where they just bully people, and that's their game loop. They love it. This is my new player walker here. I pretended to be a new player just to see what the player base is like. Oh, here he comes. Let's see. And this is what a veteran player does to what he thinks is a new player. Literally a naked new player. This is what a veteran player does.
yep, they sock toddlers on the fucking beach and kill the game. Kill that game. Anything they can do to kill that fucking game. Make sure nobody plays it. I've never understood it. Worthless pieces of shit who don't deserve the games that they play.
And you could say it's a PvP game, get good, whatever, but the reality
No,
is
the reality
these people
is
are responsible for the success or failure of a game.
Yeah.
They ultimately could make it so these players could thrive and get better and get better stuff. And then once they get better stuff, they could then have real fights. But instead, they like to do this sort of thing. It's really sadistic.
Yeah, I mean, this is them. As long as they kill the game, yeah.
My last Oasis.
I think your problem is you're playing on a public server. Can't you just play on your own server or whatever? I think you can.
Review again. Warn people, do not spend any money. You don't stand a chance in surviving in this game unless you just join one of the few clans that dominates it. And in this server, the clans are limited to 10 players, so they're not going to let you in their clan because they need to have 10 good players in order to survive and not be ruined by the other players. So that's it. Let's just watch what happens to give you some content.
Yeah, I mean, that's not consensual PvP.
Bring that up is because the main reason why Last Oasis peaked at 33,000 players and currently sits at 112 playing as I write this script is because the multiplayer overpowered the solos. The solos get zerged, they couldn't compete.
Yep.
Now the only ones left to play are the few powerful clans that pushed everyone else off. So
Yep.
it is critical that
Fucking
they balance
disgusting.
that function or they risk the same demise. Either
Why do
way,
clans
they're
fuck with
taking
solos?
sides.
They need the world to see their fucking small penis or what? I don't really understand it. Tay never understood it. None of us ever understood it. It's fucking stupid. You don't need to sock toddlers, you fucking worthless pieces of shit.
Like Donkey Crew, the developer and publisher of Last Oasis. But what do you guys think of this game? Will you give it a try? Do you like the idea of tramplers or walkers? Do you think that's innovative? Do you think it can work? Let me know and subscribe for more survival content. Happy survival, path out.
Let's watch it getting started.
Hello, guys. It's Jade. Welcome to a Last
Thank you,
Oasis
JPG.
guide.
I'd like to
I'm
sub to your
gonna give you
channel.
pretty much a beginner's guide to the game. Last Oasis is a hardcore survival game, but that doesn't mean developers haven't thought about giving you a helping hand. Basically, follow the tutorials. It's pretty much common sense, but completing the objectives by pressing F3 and checking on what you need, and you'll sail through the early stages no problem. But I'm going to add to that some little tips along the way, and also talk about some other stuff you may need to be prepared for as you start opening up the game a little bit more. So let's go. Don't forget to like the video if you find it useful. If you want to come join my clan, hit me up in my Discord and go and follow the relevant information in pinned messages. Last Oasis Starter Guide. You start out life in one of the cradle starter zones. This doesn't mean you're not going to get shanked. PvP is still enabled the minute you spawn, but a lot of players will be just focusing on getting through the stages so they can unlock their first walker and get off this first server onto some more of the bigger, harder oases and really start getting the game going. Do not just rely on cactuses to eat to replenish your water. Make sure you're putting it all in the fire pot and cooking it up as best you can. Even if it takes a bit of extra time, you'll thank me later. This will save you having to go out there and just carry hundreds of the cactus. Absolutely make sure you convert it using the fire. Them little orange things you see, the little pinky creatures, you want to kill them as often as possible. They're the only creature that really gives you hide in the game at the very early stages until we get to another oasis. Now, if you're worried about getting shat on the minute you spawn, well, Donkey Kong have solved that problem a little bit. Whenever you spawn, they'll
Donkey
spawn the next
Kong
player on the adjacent spawn point. And as you can see from my crewmates that also spawned, we all ended up spawning in a circle. So these are all the spots that you can spawn on the very first Cradle maps. Here's some of the key things you need to focus on in the early stages. Making sure you complete the missions. This will get you experience and is going to unlock the fragments. Fragments are your friend. It's the way that you're going to buy all the blueprints and unlock better armor, weapons and walkers. You earn fragments each time you level up. You also collect them from dead bodies, rupus occasionally, as well as loot and chests. So whenever you get the chance, make sure you're stocking up on your fragments, but utilize them as soon as possible. These can be stolen by other players. I really wouldn't stick around the first starting zones, but don't go too far into the desert where there's no resources around you. You want to have lots of wood, lots of obviously bush where you get the fibre, and lots of stones. You'll need to pick up lots of loose stones in fact, and you'll often find these around wreckages. Whenever you see a wreckage anywhere in the distance, go and investigate it. Alongside the stones, you'll also find a bunch of resources like weapons and tools, as well as the power fragments you need to unlock blueprints. These will all be in a chest that you need to attack with your axe. Here we've got the bag that obviously opens up quickly. You can see we've got fragments in it as well as some bits and bobs and tools, and then obviously don't forget to hack away at this chest. There's a variety of different containers. You'll also find barrels like these in the wreckage in the middle of the map. The tutorial will guide you through the Rupo little huts here. Inside you'll find urns, and this is where you can also get some extra loot too. Some of the ones that are on legs can be a bit hard to get to. The ones on the ground are obviously super easy, and here are some of the urns. Now that is part of a starter mission, so wait until that pops up before you start going raiding loads of these. Don't ignore these little bits of wreckage as well. Like I did, you'll often find a skeleton underneath it, and this is another point that you can loot and get more stuff from. Space is an absolute premium, so there's one thing I'd recommend you unlock as soon as you can after going through some of the tutorial items, and that is the storage pouch. Equipping it in one of your 2 equipment slots, obviously the other one being for your water jar, and you'll open up another 5 slots. This can hold lots of things like fibre and cactus and pelts. While it doesn't hold absolutely everything or any item, it can hold a bunch of stuff that reduces more of your weight, or at least helps it free up some space for other items. Alongside the reduced slots, you do have to worry about weight. So if you're going out there just getting all wood, it is going to weigh you down, and you will find yourself running out of stamina a lot quicker, but it doesn't ever stop you completely from being able to move. There's quite a few varieties of the Rupu around. Some of them are going to be a lot harder than others. If they've got any sort of armor or headgear on or weapons, be careful. It could be a sentinel or one that has a Rakai. These are pretty formidable opponents early on, especially if you haven't got a lot of points put into your health, and that's another thing I recommend. Pump your points into your health recovery. It basically increases the health recovery and how long it takes you to get your red bar all the way up to the top. Sometimes it's only talking about minuscule 0.0s, but it really does help. I think it's one of the more important things. Other than that, of course, making sure that your melee or your damage output is strong. They're the 2 skills I'd put the most points into. The Rupus themselves, again, don't go around killing too many. Although they do have loot, there is another quest that comes towards the end of the tutorial, and this involves you killing 10 of them. So wait till then before you go out there. The rest of it, you can pretty much just go and rob a lot of these urns, a lot of the loot chests without killing too many creatures. Wait until that quest pops up. Things are really super easy if you're in a clan, or even if you're just playing with one friend. You can actually share the missions, particularly when you get to the one that has the Firefly Walker. Now everyone's pretty much going to want to craft their own and complete this mission. However, if you work together and gather all the resources and build just one of them, the minute you pilot the Firefly, you will gain the mission as completed. So it means you don't have to waste resources making another one. Especially if there's 2 players, you can pretty much get by going on one walker for a little while until you get the next upgrade, which is really meant to support 2 players, which is the dinghy. This works with a lot of the other missions as well, so if you've got a friend joining you maybe a little bit late behind, like I've got King Stack here, you can pretty much drop tools and weapons like the axe. He needs to hold it or craft him to get a tree. Well, you can do that just by dropping one and him picking it up. If he needs to chop down a tree, you can do that by just dropping some wood for him to pick up. Equally the same thing with the power fragments. If they manage to miss out on some of these missions, you can share all of the missions together more or less. It does mean though that some of your friends might not have some of the blueprints unlocked, but it means they can store up their fragments and work on some of the other different blueprints. So this is really important if you're quite a small tribe. There's no doubt about it that combat can take some time to get used to. I often rely on brute force power and getting the first hit in. If you hit clunky wood, i.e. they block it, then you're going to need to make sure you defend. Like I said, I'm not the best at this. I'm still getting used to the mouse and keyboard controls of it, but it's definitely worth persevering. And as soon as you start getting some better weapons, you'll soon become a pro at taking out these monkey chimp men. Be warned though, if you haven't pumped your points into health, that even the sentinels will two-shot you and you'll be down. But it's not the end of the world. As long as you're downed only once, you'll have a chance to get up, although it does take a couple of minutes. And then if you're not down within 180 seconds, you will die, so be a little bit more careful then. This also applies to jumping from great heights. If there's somewhere you need to get to and you haven't got your hook repaired yet, go ahead and just jump off the cliff. Yes, you will be downed, but as long as you've got some bandages to heal yourself up, it shouldn't be an issue. You do have to wait until your red bar has gone completely fully red before you can keep using bandages. On average, it's going to take a good couple of minutes sometimes to replenish your health. That's why putting points into your health goes a long way. It means you're going to heal up a lot quicker. So there are 5 tech trees, and obviously this is how you unlock your walkers. Once you've done the Firefly, the next walker in line is going to be the dinghy, and this is the bigger one that supports 2 players. Although you can ride multiple players on a small Firefly, it just doesn't allow enough spaces or respawns. The dinghy does give you a hell of a lot more space, but there are some things with this. When the missions early on ask you to make a dinghy, don't get rid of your Firefly straight away though, because as soon as you've made your dinghy, it then says you need to do some things like placeables on your Firefly. I made a big mistake and I demolished my Firefly.
My mouse
so
die?
I get some resources to finish off my dinghy, and then I had to remake my Firefly all over again.
Oh
So
shit,
don't
my
do
mouse
what I
died.
do. Keep your
Sorry, my
Firefly
mouse
until
died.
You've got the
Hold on.
missions marked out where you have to put water bags on it, as well as some other bits and bobs to finish it off. Like
I
adding
gotta go
modules
grab
to
a
it.
battery from the other room.
Don't forget also to make the dinghy, you're also going to need to unlock one of the vitamins, and the vitamin you need is the vision potion. This is what you have to craft before you can make the next dinghy. It requires the cactus fruits, which you find hanging from the large
I can't
big
pause it.
cactuses in and around the desert. Let's not forget, Last Oasis is a PvP based game. When you come across another player, you of course can try and help each other out and grow forged partnerships, but in my instance I already had enough rat bags cloning around with us, so we pretty much go and do what you got to do. Attack other players, jump on top of their walker, hit them. If you get that first hit while they're still driving, you pretty much got a good chance of knocking them out. If you kill them straight away, they have a chance to respawn almost straight away. However, if you let them crawl around for a little bit, it'll be up to them, otherwise they have to wait 2 minutes. As I said, you can take their fragments of power from them, so whenever you've got anything specifically valuable, make sure you put it in the hold of your firewalker. Don't often forget as well, they will respawn if they really want to try and fight you off, but they won't have any of their weapons or their armor pieces. Don't worry, I'm not just going to use an example of me and 3 of my boys attacking one player as that full example. Here's me getting shanked by one single player and him absolutely ruining me. You'll notice that once he killed me, he went and started attacking my storage chests that you can build. You can put stuff on your walker. It is a bit limited in space, but it's surprising how much. I've got a water bag, I've got my stove, and I have got that storage chest. The storage chests are pretty easy to break into. You can break into it with a small axe. Likewise, you can break into your fire cauldrons too. What you can't break into with just basic weapons is your walker's storage. Here you can see the enemy player hacking away. There is 2 bars when you're trying to break into something. There'll be a green bar underneath the general health of the item. If the general health of the item goes, that's it, it's completely destroyed. If the green bar goes, that pretty much means it's unlocked. You can repair it with a repair hammer, and it doesn't cost any resources to repair it, but you do use up your repair hammer, and normally to repair something over halfway, it's going to use up a whole repair hammer. So bottom line, put absolutely the most valuable resources, which in the starting early parts of the game are, for me, pelts, lots of wood, and also making sure any of your knowledge fragments, your knowledge power stones are always in your walker's body. You can upgrade pretty much every single walker as well to hold more items by increasing its weight modules, or finding modules I should say, that add extra weight capabilities to it. So make sure you go through the upgrading process with your walkers. I'm not going to go through it because it does teach you in the tutorial. This isn't to show you how to suck an egg, this is just some tips and advice I've learned in the early stages. It is a harsh world out there and you can get attacked at any point. One of the best things about Last Oasis of course is that you don't have to worry about your base getting offline raided, but you could easily get attacked very quickly. Take a look at this. At first I thought it was a bit of a glitch, but it turns out it's a high level player who's accessed some certain upgrades to his grapple hook and has a lot of stamina, and that's how he was able to get hold of me very quickly. I was pretty inexperienced during the early alpha, I really not had that much time with the game, and he absolutely owned me. Better swords, better weapons, but I nearly had him. Sadly, you can't shake players off, so even if you've got someone there, don't think you can rely on knocking them off on a tree or anything. The only way maybe to do that is by going off a cliff. It's really harsh, it feels like that sometimes, but don't rely on distance. Players will be able to get to you much further than you think. There are two ways to combat this. You can get off your walker, and if you press the H button, your walker will start going on its own, leaving you to freely direct, or press F and clamber and get off any players attacking you, or you can unhook any of the hooks that have got onto your walker, and this will also stop any players from getting on you. Flip side of me getting owned when I was pretty inexperienced is this. Late game, end game, I've got used to things a little bit. Look how far this walker ends up being, and this is one of the best examples on how to hook onto a rival. Aim for the top of the wings, keep pulling yourself in, and eventually you will just find yourself up there. It is a bit glitchy, but that's the way it is at the moment. If you get that one swing in with a player not expecting it, you are pretty much going to dominate him. This guy was absolutely higher level than me. We ran all the way to these end stages with not really a lot of armor or a lot of good weapons, but I totally took him out because I got them first early stages in, and he was desperate to try and maybe get his health back up before I started attacking him again. And you can't let that happen. Remember, it takes a few seconds, so you can check their health. It's on the top screen, see how much they've got, and weigh up whether you're going to take them out in battle. If you've taken multiple enemies down, pay attention to that little light beam. If it's blue, it means they've got a rare item. If it's green, they've got an uncommon or common item, I should say. And then if it's white, they've pretty much got just junk. If time is of the essence, you may want to remember that in case you can only loot one body before reinforcements arrive. So once you've actually got your Firewalker, or the Fireflies it should be called, go ahead and make sure you upgrade the storage spaces on it, and of course unlock the water. You're going to need your walker to have the water abilities. This is the only way that you can travel across other oases. It doesn't matter if you've got loads of water in your inventory or if you've got loads of water in bags on your walker. The water needs to be in the special compartments on the walker before you can travel across the different servers. On the very first cradle that you start with, always head into the centre of the map. By the time you've got there, you'll hopefully unlocked your Firefly, you've put a bunch of points into your health, as well as unlocked enough of weapons or tools and items that you'll be able to take on a bunch of these guys. This is perfect time to get that achievement or get that mission for killing 10 of them. There is absolute butt tons of loot in this area. It's a bit hard to get to because it's normally on top of quite a steep mountain, but it's definitely worth it, particularly if you're still quite low level and you want to see if you can get some items or you need lots of knowledge fragments. Be warned though, early stages the Hazarakai are no joke. It may take multiple team members to take them down, or you being really adept at fighting and making sure you've got full health. They've normally got between like 100 and 180 health, I do believe. So yeah, they patrol these areas pretty much a lot, but you could pretty much just run past all of them, exploring all of this wreckage and finding all of the chests and loot boxes that I mentioned earlier. It is worth sticking around the cradle a little bit. I'd say at least until you're level 15. At this point you've maybe got yourself enough tools, enough items that you've upgraded your Firefly and you've got lots of resources hidden away. Again, you can reinforce your Firefly with armour as well, but for some of that you're going to need resources like bone shards from the next server that you go and fight on. So probably a good time to escape and get out of here. A few pointers to note though: whatever it says on the world map in terms of water, it's usually a bit less by the time you get to the world's edge. When you're taking a look on your world map, it will show you the water supply from that area, but often by the time you get to that side it's actually reduced by about 10. So make sure you've always got plenty of water, but you'll be surprised you might be able to get away with it by about 10 or less. A few last things to note for this starter guide: your walkers are pretty durable. You can take a fair amount of damage even by plunging off the cliffs, and as I said, you can repair lots of parts of these by utilising a repair hammer. If you want to stop other enemies from maybe following
logging 3,
up,
nice.
go ahead and take the time to destroy one of their legs. The legs often are some of the weaker points. Wings are nice, but they're optional. You don't need the wings if you want to get travelling around on your Firefly, but if you get a chance, take out an enemy's leg. It's going to take a bit of time to replace it, and obviously if you raided their chest, they may not even have enough resources to do so, and you pretty much immobilise them. But this has only been a starter guide really for the first Cradle servers. I'm going to be back with Intermediate, showing you how to go ham at combat and how to raid properly, and also going to be showing you end game guides very soon, what you can expect when you get to some of the hardest oases. I hope this little tutorial guide has helped you out. If it has, make sure you liked it, and I'll see you rat bags for another one very soon.
Fallout may be the most famous video game series in existence. It's up there with Halo, Metal Gear, Barrier and others. Fallout 1 came out in 1997, but most people really only came and played it after playing Fallout 3 or Fallout New Vegas, and so they're in for a bit of a shock. Oh man, I've always really wanted to play this game. But before we get to that, this is the first in 6 reviews, Jesus, that will cover the entire Fallout series. If you don't like it, then here's a door.
Fallout 1 is an absolute nightmare.
It began as a series all the way back in 1997, but only really became astronomically popular when Fallout 3 was released in 2008. Now, Fallout 3 was of course made by a totally different group of people than the first 2 games, but it really does amaze me how much the visual design and in part I believe the success that Fallout 3 has slurped away from Fallout 1. Both the game's trailers are of course the exact same sequence. And that's obviously fine. Bethesda paid for this entire series, so I'm not throwing shade. But I am a little bit concerned that once it becomes time for Bethesda to make a sequel to Fallout 3, if they aren't able to come up with any new or groundbreaking ideas, it may seem like Fallout as a series has nowhere else left to go and they're just grinding it down to an empty husk of its former self.
I like 76. It was the only one I really loved.
Leaving your lovely vault and going out into the wasteland
I'm
to find
weird.
resources to help keep your vault healthy and safe. It came out in 1997, so it's pretty damn old. I played this game for the first time a few years ago, and honestly, I actually quite like the visuals. They remind me of Commandos 2, a game I really enjoyed as a kid.
That was great.
Thank you. Fallout 1's visuals, even at the time, fell into that sweet spot between passable and okay. Enormous praise. The visuals intentionally, I think it's intentional, do force you to use your imagination, which I always find is really effective for sucking people into a game. But there's a lot more to it than that. Yes, things may be a little low-res, but everything in this game is incredibly stylized and detailed. The power armor, for example, is covered in pipes.
I don't want to watch this, it just auto-played it. So we were on this one?
The submarine is still floating, which makes it even more surprising nobody else is around here. I sent a team to find out what happened there, and to summarize what they found was not pretty in there. As I'm sailing around, I find another lonely merchant ship flying a neutral Norwegian flag, but come on, look where we are. I know where this ship is going. Not even gonna waste my time interrogating this captain. They're gonna eat this torpedo. This is why you should always fire 2. The second one hits at least, but to avoid a diplomatic incident, I made sure to give those Norwegian sailors a couple pieces of cheese for their troubles. Sinking this ship was enough for the patrol, and I could head home. The debrief confirmed my suspicions were completely correct, because that ship was sailing to London, which is pretty cool. I'm glad I got rewarded for using my brain. While there were different types of missions available to me now, I wanted to finish off this phase of the Tonnage War with one final patrol in the Celtic Sea. But as I took off from port, a siren started going off, which meant that planes were inbound. I figured I'd be safer as a moving target, so I kept the sub moving out of port, firing the AA gun at any plane that got too close. Fortunately, the plane seemed very focused on bombing the port, so my submarine could escape relatively unbothered. I thought I'd escape scot-free as I watched the planes fly back to Britain, but a few still had one last...
This guy's such a nerd. I returned to U-boat and instantly regretted it. That's funny.
Alright guys, you don't have to scream at me anymore. U-boat
Thank you, that guy from college. I've liked the sub to your channel.
And I've returned a lot more knowledgeable about the game. For example, I know now that y'all were gaslighting me about not heating the torpedoes. I was maintaining them fine the whole time. The devs changed how torpedo maintenance works. Basically, if a torpedo has a check on it, it's good. Anyway, I'm stepping up my game to become a legendary captain. I'm starting in June 1941, where we got the Battle of the Atlantic in full pulled through, and the depth charges missed us completely. But sadly, the RAF...
Yeah, Medal of Honor Pacific Assault on realistic is genuinely terrifying. Yeah, we know. I know. I've done it. I can't believe this nerd. And he got 83,000 views with it. Oh my god. Well, let's hear the fucking video, I guess.
Time we've returned to our quest to play every Medal of Honor. These next 4 all seems pretty evenly requested, so we'll just proceed in order and check out Pacific Assault.
Pacific Assault, yeah, that's a good one.
Critical reception. This Pacific Theater game took a more grounded military approach, no longer the lone wolf secret agent type deal. It introduced many squad-based mechanics to the series. I've been thirsting for some of this classic gameplay again. It's been a while. These have all been fun to experience for the first time, especially when they turn out comically hard. And I saw some people suggesting this might be tough. We'll see. Yeah, I had no idea. I write down these little intro thoughts before playing. This turned into, I think, the most stressful game I've played thus far. Maybe
really?
I didn't expect it at all, but buckle up. Going in on the hardest they got, of course, realistic. That does sound scary. Like a no regen, very quick to die type of thing. I love the faces. I feel like this is more my mood.
Supposed to eat food before I do this.
Gonna be me in 5 hours. The realistic guy is so confident. Also, what are hero moments? Alright, realistic. Let's see how it goes. Yes, I would like to start. Game saved.
I don't want to die here.
November 20th. Haralapaton, D-Day. A different D-Day.
That's what we call the new guys. That's all the training they got.
God damn it, it's so cheesy.
In this game, you've been deep underwater for more than 3 years, but something is very wrong. You'll pilot your little submarine, explore, and craft new equipment with the stuff that you find. But things are starting to go wrong, because you're hiding down here. Under the Waves is a game about grief. You've spent so long underwater that your mind is starting to unravel. You're hearing things and seeing things, and soon you'll be forced to make a choice. In this game, you've been deep underwater for more than 3 years, but something is...
Weird. This was not what I was looking for. Get out. I think this was the one I was watching that I liked.
Certainly be a very interesting series. Let's check on the crew, make sure I have my best and brightest on the bridge currently, and I believe I do. Okay, how long? 1 hour and 30 minutes. The strait. Thankfully, this thick fog layer has helped us get through. We have not sighted any enemy warships. Let's dive down the periscope depth. I am curious if there's anything out there. Sorry, NPD, please, and thank you. And okay, speed down. Slow. And let's take a listen.
During the summer of 1941, Axis convoys laden with supplies for Rommel's Africa Corps faced a continuous onslaught by Allied aircraft and submarines. Most of these aircraft were based out of Malta, which would prove to be a serious thorn in the side of Axis leadership. Despite boasting the largest surface fleet in the Mediterranean, including 117 submarines, the Italian Navy failed to restrain the formidable Royal Navy, and the transportation of vital supplies to North Africa remained a major challenge. Rommel's Africa Corps stood as the last bastion of hope for the Axis powers to maintain control over North Africa. Rommel was still in the process of assembling his forces, and to support the Axis buildup, Hitler decided to transfer 3 pairs of U-boats into the Mediterranean. Admiral Raeder protested this decision, as he was in agreement with Admiral Karl Dönitz. The Atlantic theater was seen as the decisive battle. Raeder was of course overruled, and 6 U-boats would make the perilous trek into the Mediterranean, transiting the Strait of Gibraltar. As time would tell, 6 U-boats would not be sufficient to turn the tide of the Mediterranean campaign, and it would not end there. To Admiral Dönitz's frustration, more U-boats would be diverted into the Mediterranean. It was to become an unsustainable sinkhole for U-boat operations, diverting precious U-boats from the main battleground in the Atlantic. After a long and eventful stay in Saint Nazaire, U-75 slipped out of her U-boat pen to commence her first war patrol under my command. This has been a long time coming, and there has been a delay after delay.
I like this guy. He really cares.
Once again, the crew eagerly awaited the upcoming war patrol under the command of a brand new skipper. As the sun began to creep below the horizon, the U-boat pens buzzed with activity. The crew worked meticulously to stuff supply into every nook and cranny of the boat. U-75, a Type 7B boat, was laid down in December of 1939 and finally launched in October of 1940. She has 4 bow torpedo tubes and 1 in the stern.
I love submarine stuff.
Making 18 knots on the surface with her diesel engines and 8 knots submerged with her electric motors. One 8.8 centimeter deck gun decorates the bow of the boat, ready to rain shells of fury upon the enemy. One 20 millimeter cannon, primarily for anti-aircraft work, is mounted aft of the conning tower. Our escort safely led us through the minefields of the French coast and out into the Bay of Biscay. Under the cover of darkness, U-75 headed west, toward adventure and the unknown. Our destination shrouded in secrecy.
That was cool.
The boat plummeted down past 50 meters and kept on going. The hull groaned and strained as the water pressure increased. The new guys tensed up every time the boat dramatically began to creak. The older officers, however, stood fast, their confidence in the boat's capabilities bolstered by years of experience. The needle on the depth gauge continued to plummet. 60 meters, 70 meters, 80 meters and onward. The boat hit 100 meters and leveled out. This was just an exercise to ensure the boat and crew were ready for whatever would come our way. The Allies are getting more and more adept at countering the Grey Wolves, and we need to be able to dive quickly and deep. RAF Coastal Command has been conducting more and more patrols, and radar on warships is only becoming more common. What was formerly known as the Happy Times is starting to teeter out. There was a time where German U-boats roamed the Atlantic and racked up tonnage at an astonishing rate, taking the fight to the Tommies with little repercussions. Now, a lot of the old guard have been killed in action. Just this year, the U-boat arm lost Gunther Breen, commander of U-47, who penetrated Scapa Flow and sunk the Royal Oak. U-99, under the command of U-boat ace Otto Kretschmer, was lost this year as well. It is certainly a difficult time to get my own command. The command was given to surface. The crew and boat handled themselves well, and everything was in order. No malfunctions and no leaky valves. We are ready for our first patrol. U-75 barreled to the surface. Once surfaced, I went to the radio room to finally open up our sealed orders. It is unusual for our orders to be sealed in such a way. I knew something was up. I cut the thick envelope open, and once my eyes gazed upon the assignment, I understood why they were sealed. My stomach dropped, knowing very well this could be a one-way trip. U-75 was to transit the Strait of Gibraltar and enter the Mediterranean. Her new port would be Salamis, Greece. U-75 was to be one of 6 boats forming the new 23rd Flotilla. The orders also specified that we were not to engage any ships under 10,000 tons until U-75 had entered the Mediterranean safely. Once in the Med, it is open season. Our task would not be easy. U-75 would have to penetrate one of the most defensible natural waterways in the world, home to the British Mediterranean Fleet and only 20 kilometers wide. One hell of a first patrol. Our mission assignment was relayed to the crew, and the reaction was mixed, understandably so. U-75 would be one of the first U-boats to enter the Med. Additionally, they would be doing this with me in command, their new skipper. Hopefully, I will not let them down. U-75 turned south, towards the coast of Portugal. The first leg of our perilous journey is now underway. U-75 forged her way south and is now positioned just off the coast of Spain. The weather conditions have gotten worse steadily. Wind speeds are now reaching up to 13 meters per second, and the waves have started to pick up. At 0600, the bridge crew spotted an illuminated ship on the horizon. This is generally a good indication that it is a neutral vessel, but U-75 turned to investigate. The glimmer on the horizon drew nearer and nearer, and the ship details gradually became clear through the haze. It was determined the ship was flying a Spanish flag. U-75 turned back on her original course of 185 degrees. The stormy weather would continue during U-75's transit of the Strait of Gibraltar. However, it seems Mother Nature has other plans for us. Just as quickly as the storm rolled in, it dissipated. We are now just 18 hours away from the strait. The fog layer is continuing to let up. No contact has been made with the enemy just yet. The watch crew gazed upon the horizon, looking for any sign of smoke or aircraft soaring through the sky.
This fucking nerd. My god. He writes, like, military sim fantasy really fucking well. Like, really well. Like, he should be running, like, Hollywood war films. He should be in Hollywood, like, writing the films, because he's, like, that good at it. But instead, he's doing Silent Hunter 3 playthroughs, which is funny. But I mean, whatever. When you have a passion for something, it's easy to be good at something.
In this video, I compare what many consider the best U-boat games available now, U-Boat and Silent Hunter 5. I played both games extensively, and the results are in. Set periscope depth and flooded torpedo tubes there, Coin, as we do a deep dive into these two awesome games.
Thank you, Warmaster Gaming, of liking sub to your channel.
Up first is U-Boat. U-Boat has a good tutorial system that is framed around training your crew. You learn the basics, including basic ship systems, navigation, diving, torpedoes, and the deck guns. I found running the ship to be easy. It did take me several missions though to get where I could even sink one ship. I was sunk many times before that, even on the arcade difficulty. The missions were engaging and followed the timeline of the war. In U-Boat, you can upgrade your ship as the war moves on. The more successful you are at completing missions, the more upgrades you can have. This greatly increases satisfaction of sinking submerged ships in the beginning. In U-Boat, there are a ton of things to remember. Getting a proper solution to the target takes practice. In fact, there are fatal consequences to forgetting some seemingly menial tasks. For example, during one game, I left my crew at battle stations, and one crew member literally worked himself to death. You have to remember to refill your ballast tanks with air when on the surface, not going too fast with your periscope up, etc. while playing. Next up is Silent Hunter 5. This game was released in early 2010 and has a huge community following. There are tons of mods available for it as well. I did not use any of these during my testing because it seemed like it would be a very hard thing to do with the Steam version of the game. The game starts off with a campaign, and the first couple of missions are kind of an introduction on how to control your ship. As I mentioned earlier, I got the Steam version of the game, and as of this recording, it did not work after installing it. After a quick search online, I found out I had to install an updated version of Ubisoft Connect and register an account.
Ubisoft Connect.
After that, I was finally able to play the game. Controlling my U-boat was a simple matter of clicking the right button to change my depth, fire torpedoes, and change speed. Navigating the ship, however, was a different story. For me, navigating the ship was a clunky process. Often I had to create a few of the waypoints I needed, wait for my U-boat to finish traversing those waypoints before I could zoom out and do some more waypoints. Zooming in and out while creating waypoints created a problem where I would frequently navigate over land and destroy my ship. Even moving the camera around proved to be an ordeal that took some getting used to. I'm not sure if it was that I am just more used to playing U-boat or what it was. The campaign had cutscenes, which gave the story a lot of depth. Also, you can talk to your crew to learn more about them on a personal level. For me, this made the game more engaging. There are also a handful of historical missions, which pit your skills in real-world historical missions from the war. As a naval history buff, I really enjoyed this aspect of the game. Silent Hunter 5 also had a multiplayer menu option, but when I tried to play it, the game browse function did not work. This was upsetting because I was really looking forward to testing my captain skills against other captains.
My captain skills.
Quick and easy. I was sinking merchant ships in the first mission, which was really satisfying. This was against a stationary target though, which did not help me out on later missions against moving targets. It took me a couple of times to figure out that where I point my periscope is where my torpedo will be heading. There was no waiting for the crew to get a solution in order to fire the torpedo accurately. We have covered both games in all aspects, including ship control, missions, and the learning curves. Now let's compare them and see which one is better. Both these games turned out to be great games, but for me, they serve different purposes. U-Boat is more of a simulation than Silent Hunter 5. Silent Hunter 5 was great at getting you sinking ships quickly at the cost of being more arcadey. I really didn't like having to search the internet for a fix to get Silent Hunter 5 working out of the box. But in all honesty, it was a quick fix. One that didn't seem necessary since it is an offline game. You shouldn't have to register for an online game.
I know, right? Fucking Ubisoft.
I really enjoyed the historical missions of Silent Hunter 5. Hopefully, this will be added in U-Boat at some point in the future. Another great thing about U-Boat was the ability to upgrade your sub. Some of the upgrades can mean surviving travel long enough to get to your patrol area alive and getting sunk before you ever get there. It is worth noting that U-Boat is still in beta. There are still tons of more features that are in the works, like camouflages, emblems, random events, and night battles. So which game would I recommend you get if you're itching to sink merchant ships in World War II? For me, the answer was easy. U-Boat won out in everything. It has a complete U-Boat experience and is a ton of fun. Even though there is a bit of a learning curve to the game, it's still fun. Keep in mind that U-Boat is more of a full-featured simulation of a World War II U-Boat. It is sure to give you hours and hours of challenging fun. Silent Hunter 5 has its place if you are not looking for an in-depth simulation. You just want to sink merchant ships as quickly as possible.
The man
Designing a World War II submarine isn't as complicated as you may think, especially if explained properly. U-boat will be released in the near future, so let's get ready for it. U-boat means Unterseeboot, which means submarine. We'll first check out how they fundamentally work, basic sub-combat principles, shoot and hit torpedoes, and how to navigate. We'll also take a look at difficulty settings and the campaign. Also, Herr Kaloin will always be with us to correct me if I'm wrong. Let's dive in. This is a Type 7 German submarine, or as Herr Kaloin would say, Unterseeboot Typ 7, Ausführung C. It was by far the most built German submarine and also the one you will command in the game. The front is called bow, the rear is called stern. There also is the conning tower, from which an officer can con the vessel during a submerged attack. Con is nautical speak for being in charge and commanding people. Above it is the bridge. It's used for surface navigation, signaling and as a lookout. Das hast du besser erklärt als erwartet. Thanks, Herr Kaloin. Inside the main pressure hull are several compartments. First is the bow torpedo room. I guess we all know what a torpedo is and does, so I skip the explanation. Next is the officer's room. Then comes the listening room, radio room, and the captain's cabin. That's the control room. Next up are the petty officer's quarters. Here's the galley, food storage, and a toilet. Then there's the diesel engine room. And finally, the stern torpedo room, which also contains the electric motor and 2 air compressors. These compressors are vital for the U-boat's ability to dive, surface, and float. Let me quickly show you how a U-boat moves underwater. There are little movable wings on the bow and stern of the boat called dive planes. They function like an airplane's elevators, but are not enough on their own to fully control the submarine underwater, because there's buoyancy. For the U-boat to be able to float in a certain depth, or to dive at all, it needs to reduce buoyancy by filling its ballast tanks with water. This now allows the sub to dive. To surface again, this water needs to be removed. The stored compressed air is used to do just that. The water gets flown out and the U-boat surfaces. Your compressed air reservoir is also important if your boat got damaged and water leaked into the pressure hull. Closer to the surface, pumps can be used to get rid of the water. But the deeper you go, the less effective your pumps become. At some point, the outside water pressure gets so high they don't function at all anymore. So, if you're out of compressed air down there to emergency blow your tank, you're done. Außer dein Boot besitzt noch neutralen Auftrieb, du Landratte. That's true. If your boat still has or regains neutral buoyancy, you're able to surface by engine power and dive planes alone. But let's continue. U-boats usually travel large distances on the surface because the diesel engines provide tremendously longer reach than the electric engines. Otherwise, there are 3 main reasons to dive. A. To hide from a plane trying to bomb or strafe your boat. B. To listen for propeller noises with a hydrophone. And C. To prepare for an attack run after getting into position. So, now that we know how a submarine basically functions, let's take our U-boat out for a ride. As you start a new game, you get to select at which point in time to start your career. The later in the war, the harder it gets because you're facing tougher enemies with better equipment to detect and destroy you. Then we need to select a realism setting. Entertaining is like God mode, that's not how you play a simulation. Balanced is a good point to start, even as a complete beginner to submarine simulations, at least after you have watched this tutorial. The enemy AI will be set on medium. You won't have to deal with water entering your boat in strange places, the nights aren't as dark, and your torpedoes will function more often than they were not. Also, the game will be more forgiving on high torpedo impact angles. So, sometimes the torpedo still detonates, even if it shouldn't. Next up is the level of crew management. Select minimal here, so you're not being bothered with their morale and other needs like food and sleep. This lets you focus on learning the core mechanics. Once you got these down, you can turn crew management back on, which will then add another interesting layer to the simulation. We're now at the port of Wilhelmshaven in the north of the German Reich. Let's have a quick look at the interface. On the top left are your time acceleration settings. The first icon on the top right is your battery capacity, followed by your diesel fuel indicator. As we already know, a U-boat has two different engines, diesel and electric. Why? Easy. There's no air underwater, and diesels need air to function. They also are very noisy, so hiding underwater would be pointless if you can be heard from miles away. So, while diving, the electric engines take over. Their batteries are recharged by the diesel engines while you're traveling on the surface. Next is the air quality indicator. The longer you dive, the lower it drops, which limits the time you can spend underwater. Discipline indicates your crew's level of resilience. A disciplined crew works better under stress. They can function indefinitely though, so you need to send them on vacation once in a while. Then there are reputation points. They allow you to research stuff in the HQ and grant promotions to members of your crew. The final icon is your budget, which enables you to buy supplies and upgrades for your submarine. You get them from Hans inside the warehouse. Upgrades are marked with green arrows. More will become available as the campaign progresses. Now some of the main U-boat controls follow. The telegraph is for setting forward or reverse speed. The depth meter controls how deep you dive. Descending beyond the orange marking may put your boat at risk. Then there's the rudder to manually steer your boat left and right. The last icon opens the map, where you can plan your course and navigate. And that's what we want to do. But we can't leave the harbor without picking up a mission first. So we talk to the guy near the gangway. U-boats usually got assigned certain areas to patrol where single enemy ships, convoys or battle groups are assumed to pass through. Sometimes one submarine would spot a group and pass on its location to other subs. They would then join up and attack together. This was called Rudeltaktik or Wolfsrudeltaktik. The latter is derived from the English term wolf pack. Our first assignment is a standard patrol. I picked the closest patrol area so we don't have to travel beyond Scotland and Ireland to reach our destination. Now we're ready to go. I set the boat to kleine Fahrt, which means ahead slow, and we're on our way. Press M to open the map. Just click anywhere you want to go and your crew will navigate the boat there. To plot a course with several waypoints, use the Shift key. Don't worry, the crew will steer your sub out of the harbor safely, no matter where you set your first waypoint. Your fuel indicator on the top also shows how much fuel you're using at the given speed. Going fast also decreases your range, so we march towards our patrol area at a slower pace. We hit the time compression and wait until we reach the open sea. Between Helgoland and Wangerooge are Wache, that's the crew on the bridge ordered to look out for ships, spot smoke on the horizon. As you can see, it appeared on the edge of the mag sight circle. Since the Earth is a sphere, the first thing you spot of another ship is smoke from its funnel. In this case, we can be sure it's a friendly, so we don't investigate.
Since the Earth is a sphere, I love this guy.
As we reach our destination, we plot a search course within the area by holding Shift again to place waypoints. We also want to contact BDU, Befehlshaber der U-Boote, Central U-Boat Command, to report that we reached our destination. This nets us a few $100 of budget. Jawohl, so geht das. Aber schau dir mal das an. Karl-Heinz mangelt den Aal, anstatt zu arbeiten. That's right, Herr Kaloin. We can't send our message because Karl-Heinz Schuster, the radio officer, is chilling out on his bunk. We click on him and tell him to man the radio station. As soon as he arrives, we're able to send our message, which we immediately do. Now we accelerate the time again and wait until our crew spots something of interest, like a big fat freighter for us to sink. A while later, we receive the message that Germany is now at war with the United Kingdom. This means we're allowed to attack their freighters if the opportunity arises. Shortly after, Just after turning south, we spot smoke on the horizon, just like at the beginning of our patrol. But this time we're on the open sea between Norway and the United Kingdom, and it could possibly be a target. I use the tab menu to sound the alarm. Then we send the position of the spotted ship to BDU. Afterwards, we order Schuster to man the hydrophone. Also, we make sure he has the support of at least one crew member to maximize its range. The hydrophone is a very sensitive, rotatable listening device used to track ships by the sound of their propellers. The diesels are too loud, so we dive to periscope depth and slow down our boat to kleine Fahrt. This minimizes the noise we make so we can hear other vessels better. The hydrophone would function even better at 30 meters of depth with our engine stopped, but its performance right now is good enough for the situation. As you can see, the contact is marked inaccurate and could be anywhere within a radius of 5 kilometers. But Karl-Heinz and his helper quickly pick up its sound emissions and pinpoint its precise position. Now, let's first find out in which direction it is moving. I use the marker tool to place a marker near the contact. Then I just pick it up, and as you can see, it snaps right onto the middle of the freighter. We let some time pass and place some more of them. 3 are enough to draw a line projecting the contact's estimated course. For our convenience, he will pass right in front of us. I draw another line orthogonal to the freighter's path to see where to position us best. And that's what we do. We place our boat in roughly 1.3 kilometers of distance towards the projected path. Torpedoes explode best if they hit at a 90-degree angle. So this means we're at the perfect spot. Rule of thumb, everything below 2 kilometers is a promising range to fire torpedoes. We wait until the freighter is around a kilometer away from where both lines meet. Now it's time to calculate a torpedo solution. There are different ways. I show you the one I think is the easiest. The skipper is already
I'm going to pause to eat dinner now. Wrong one. Which one were we watching? Wait, I'm flagged for PvP. Better go back. I shall eat dinner now. Or, well, maybe I need to heat it up first, actually. I'll be right back. Yeah. So... Okay, let's go here. This can go here.
conning tower and operates the attack periscope. One click on the crosshair next to him and we're right there. Control the periscope with WASD. The arrows on the right let you extend and retract it. The right icon on the top adjusts the view and moves us closer to the lens. I zoom in with a right click, a left click blocks the freighter in the center. There are 4 steps until we have a good firing solution. First one is to identify the vessel. Let's open the ID book and search for a matching silhouette. This freighter has 2 big masts and 2 smaller ones in the rear, which identifies him as the Empire Tower class. We now know its dimensions, which is useful for the rest of the calculations. Step 2 is to estimate its speed. As we click the stop lock, our lock becomes a little bit more flexible and we can move the periscope again. I placed
Thank you, History
It
Nerd. I'd like
unlocks
to
everything.
substitute channel.
I'm not going to continue because that crashes the game. This was because of the no tonnage bar mod, which, you know, through no...
Thank you, Taff and Exile. I'd like to sub to your channel.
Ask him what our mission, the attack periscope. So we'll use that one mainly when we are in the tower, waiting to strike at some ships when we have the submerge, which would be quite good. Now we've got the watch.
This isn't it, is it? I think I'm obsessed with the idea of a mobile base. Wasn't there a game called Sand, something like that? I've become obsessed with the idea of a mobile base and a giant sandbox. Oh, it's good I had the heater off, or I would have shut the power off. Oop, what's this? Oop. I kill him? Yes, I did. Because those things are fucking nasty. Oh, because I'm in, like, elite territory. Dinner smells good. I don't want to watch this. Let's do... Take a look at this game. Sea of Thieves without PvP.
Yar, me hearties. I can't do that. I can't do that voice. All right, it's New Year's Day, and unfortunately, I participated in many fun substances last night. My
Yep.
voice won't hold out. I was gonna come in and be like, "Yar, 'tis time for another episode of Salt 2." Like I was gonna come in, I was gonna do the whole shtick, but unfortunately, dude, it's New Year's Day. What's up, guys and gals? Welcome on back into the Nerd Castle. Today, in the world of indie games, we're gonna be checking back in on Salt 2. This is a game that when I first played it, I went my first time around the block, I thought to myself, this is a game that it's going to need a little bit more time in the oven before I decide whether or not it's a good title. However, the first game was fantastic for being from a single developer, and so I had a feeling the second game was going to turn into something special, and I'm happy to report back today that I think that my analysis of the game is correct, in fact. It's been about a year, a little over a year, since the last time we covered the game. It's time for us to update our coverage of this expansive survival RPG that's almost entirely set in the Age of Sail, so we're going to get to that today. If you've never seen Salt 2 before, this is a open world game where you build your own galleon, you sail around, and it's basically Skyrim with boats, alright? You sail in between islands. Every single island will have something different and procedural on it, sometimes not procedural. sometimes in fact very much designed, and you can sort of see the shadowy clouds of something over there. Okay, I think those are the tip tops of trees, but we're gonna go check it out. And ultimately this is a game about nautical exploration. The vast majority of your time is gonna be spent swashbuckling, fighting guys. They've now added flintlocks to the game since the last time I played. I was actually blessed to get a flintlock really early on in my adventures, and so I've been running around firing guns at people, which would have been all kinds of fun. There's a lot of activities to get down with inside of this game, so if after watching this you think to yourself, yeah dude, that game looks super sick, I'd love to purchase it, I've got a link for you down below in the description. Fair warning, this game is still in early access. It's nowhere near done as of right now. It's still got a lot of work to go, and I'll kind of talk about that at the end of the video, where the main points of friction are for me as a content creator. Of course, down there, you will also find a link to my Discord and my Twitch stream on the day this video goes live. Pretty solid chance that I will stream it all day, and I'd love for you to swing on through, and so the link will be over there. I'll ping the Discord before I go live, though, just in case you don't want to miss it, so you can check that out. But let's get
Looks like
to it.
Raft.
We already talked about what Salt 2 is. Salt 2 is open world with Age of Sail boats, with procedural islands, and more or less the entire point of the game is just for you to sail around aimlessly, looking for fun stuff to interact with. Now, there are some storyline quests in there, nothing to write home about. I haven't gotten too far into the narrative, but it definitely seems like they're drawing a little bit of inspiration from Bethesda-style games, from kind of like the Skyrim, Oblivion, Morrowind era, in that there will be several main quests. So there's a deer over here, I gotta get him. There will be several main quests. Oh no, he stopped walking. Hey, that was a good shot right there. There are several main quests. So there is a main narrative quest in the game. That is the one that directly pertains to your character. But there also appears to be, and here's what I mean by the Skyrim or by the Morrowind comparison, there are also guilds. So there's a sea diving guild, for example. The Sea Divers Guild is exactly what it sounds like. They are a bunch of divers that go down into caves that are large, sort of hand-designed areas that are full of puzzles. You solve all of those little block puzzles, and you solve all those lever puzzles, and oh my god, I'm blind! All those sorts of things, and then you get a treasure at the end. And of course, their quests usually have to do with recovering some kind of ancient relic from deep down in the bottom of the sea.
Mm-hmm.
What up, friendos? Welcome back. If I look or sound terrible, both probably, then it's probably because that's exactly how I feel. I went out for my dad's work party, which obviously I don't work there, I haven't done for about 10 years. But I knew a lot of people who still work there, so I went out with them for a few drinks on Saturday. Last Saturday, so like 6 days ago. And man, when I woke up on Sunday morning, I don't know what I caught, but it's been real rough. So aside from waking up and playing countless hours of Path of Exile repeatedly, I've been in bed mostly and just feel terrible. But here we go. We're going to talk about Dauntless, because why not? It's another one of those games that's just tried their very best to speed run their own failure. This is not uncommon. It's a story as old as time with these game developers nowadays. They have a game that's, you know, it's a good idea. It's not necessarily the best executed, but a lot of people like it. It's successful, you know, for a while. It's not taking the world by storm, but obviously it's covering their operating costs. It's allowing for them to, you know, continue to try and make the game better. to try and get more market share, and they were doing all of that while never being on Steam. And if you don't know what Dauntless is, basically this is the Western answer for Monster Hunter, which is not a bad idea, to be honest, because I mean, if you look how popular Monster Hunter is, there's no Western counterpart, which made way more sense to be a big deal when Monster Hunter games used to be on console, on handhelds, and not really come to the West very quickly, or maybe you don't want to play on handhelds. And also, why, if there's such a love for this genre, would somebody not try to make a competitor? And they did it as best as they could. I guess they sold Founders Packs originally. That's when I used to play years and years ago. And then obviously the game was free to play, and it wasn't bad. It wasn't.
I played it on PlayStation 4. It was really kind of crappy. Yeah.
Monster Hunter what it is, and maybe what makes most people gravitate towards Monster Hunter, as opposed to Dauntless, which does kind of feel almost as if the meme. You know, Mom, can we have Monster Hunter? No, son, we've got Monster Hunter at home, and this is Monster Hunter at home. Which isn't the worst thing in the world. It is what it is. Some people definitely enjoyed it. But they had moderate success without ever launching on Steam, which, I mean, if you watch the video that...
Which is hard to do.
Just before this one, where I'm talking about...
But they were on PlayStation, which is how they...
Launching a live service game and then not having it on Steam kind of is... It's just really silly, because Steam's where the majority of people are going to play a game. So if you have moderate success and you're not on the most popular digital distribution platform for video games on PC, maybe in the world, then you could be doing way better if you did release on Steam. Whatever reason that made it so they didn't, they decided to just spin their wheels, constantly update the game. Maybe they were trying to get it into a better place before they released it to Steam, and hope that this was like the... You know, the big coming out party, like, oh, Dauntless is here now, guys, this is amazing, you know, we're going to get loads of players. Well, whatever the reason was that they waited for so long, 5+ years I think it is at this stage, it's obviously not come very well, has it? Because the game is overwhelmingly negative, with 14% of the 1,197 reviews being positive. Now, I will just say, because I'm trying to, you know, be totally fair here, the majority of these reviews are going to be review bombs. Not to say that that means that they're without merit, but just to say that people are using the review system to voice their displeasure at not what the game currently is, but what the game isn't, which is what they wanted it to be, what it was before this big update. Because what they did was, with the launch of Dauntless on Steam, they released this new big overwhelming update called Awakening, and they've done the classic, which is to change so much stuff that there's one cardinal sin you can't do as a game developer, and that is to
reinvent the wheel. Reinvent the wheel and take things away.
I understand if you want to be more successful, but at the same time, you can't stray from what you were previously to get that success as a video game. If you've already got, let's say, you know, a ball of players here that play your game every day, that have been playing for 5 years, that they're your core audience, and then you take stuff away from them to try and get people who don't play your game, maybe you can say you admire the you know, the gamble, the balls on doing that. And maybe if your company's going to go under, if you're not doing very well financially, then it makes sense to make that type of gamble. But it can backfire very quickly, and this is evidence of that, because this update is, by and large, by all metrics from what I can tell, really fucking shit. And that's why people are review bombing it. So they basically fucked off their core audience, which have been playing for so long and paying their bills, to try and get an audience that maybe exists but probably doesn't. And as we're going to see here, it's not really worked out very well, has it? Because when they're going for this new audience, you'd hope that all these changes would make the new audience stick around. And, well, they haven't, have they? Because their play base had halved within a day, and within 1 week of the game being out, there's 10% of the players that have tried the game. So you can say, because the game's still playable on Epic, most of the people playing on Steam now are new people. And I've seen a bunch of, you know, I'm going to call them bootlickers, but some people use the word fan, interchangeable for me most of the time when talking about video games and almost anything actually. You can see a lot of bootlickers online saying, oh, the update's actually good and the game feels more populated than it has done in the last 2 years. Bear in mind, the last 2 years they basically didn't get any updates, so it's mostly people coming back to try it out before they realise they don't like it and stop playing.
That's what happened.
That's
what happened last time I played it.
The Steam numbers have gone down so quickly. Obviously, this is bad, and a lot of these.
I liked Dauntless though. I thought it was better than Monster Hunter.
Just new players, and it's like, okay, so the defense of this is only the new people who we needed and literally did this update for quit. So that's okay then. Obviously not. The game's fucked at this stage unless they do something about it. And spoiler alert, they're not going to, because this is another classic case of game developers just never being able to admit when they're wrong and basically trying to speedrun this game into fucking obscurity. So they released a letter to the Dauntless community where they talk about this stuff and basically justify what they've done, and also say that they're going to make some changes here and there, which is fine, yeah. What else can you do other than revert the update, which we'll get to in a minute. One of the issues with what they've done with the game is kind of like what's happened with games like Destiny repeatedly, which is the game goes from point A to point D, and then they release a new update and they release and they remove fucking maybe B and C, and then you overall have less content in the game, or maybe you get new content but they remove stuff you paid for before. And this is what they've done here. They've removed a bunch of stuff people had, removed systems, removed weapons, progression for people's accounts, basically, all in the favor of trying to do these new things, which again, you're damned if you do, damned if you don't. If you're failing, understandably, sometimes you have to make sweeping changes to try and claw back some kind of population before your game dies. But they've also
killed the lights.
Predatory monetization,
getting towards bed here,
which is to put weapons and therefore power or things you want to play with, new content, behind a battle pass. Which again, it's a free-to-play game. You can argue, you know, the free-to-play is a trial, and paying for the battle pass is really getting the game. But when you go from, oh, you can do all the stuff in the game free-to-play, to, we're just locking shit behind the paywall now, while also taking stuff away from you and things, it's kind of the fucking double bollock punch, right? They're punching you in both testicles at the same time. And then obviously they've added loot boxes, which I do love the justification here, where they basically say, oh, they're only cosmetic, so that's okay. Most games nowadays are moving away from loot boxes for a couple of reasons. One, it's basically being outlawed in the EU to do it. It's gonna probably continue to go in that way until you can't have them in video games, for obvious reasons. I think we're all aware now of the negative impact on people's lives by gambling in video games. You can make an argument that, for example, and I don't disagree, that adults should be able to do what they want to do, and this is not really a games problem, but at the same time, kids play games, you know, young adults and things like that, and introducing them to stuff like this in a way that is kind of softball. It doesn't feel immediately maybe in their brain that it's gambling, but it definitely still has the same pulls and negative impacts. I don't think it's good, especially in a game like this, especially when it never had them, and then they're just like, oh, here's loot boxes now. It's just bad. It's a bad overall look, and I think it's something people shouldn't be doing in development in 2024, especially when obviously you've just added other ways to monetize your player base. It's just, again, it's a triple whammy this time. Maybe you're getting 3 people punching your nutsack. You've ran out of nuts for this one. And then they basically just go over what they're going to do next and blah, blah, blah. And one of the funny things is that a lot of people are calling for them to revert the changes, to revert the patch, which...
You can't bully these people.
It's obviously not going to happen. No game developer is going to put potentially years of development into a patch and then just fucking wipe it out, click of a button. I don't even know if feasibly they could, but this is obviously what people are saying. They've come out and outright said, we're not going to do that, it's not being reverted, so that's not going to happen. So basically you've got 2 choices: stick with it and hope that they fix the game and that it gets back to being what you enjoyed, Because obviously if you're a new player, you don't exist now. You've played this, you've decided within a day, within 6 days, that the game isn't for you. You've left, and now basically they're losing older players, and if you're one of those people, and you'll just be waiting for hopefully them to fix it, or you quit. They're really your two choices. That's all you can do with stuff like this. And it kind of sucks because you are the only person that can hold this company accountable by not playing the game. And what happens when you hold them accountable by not playing the game is eventually the game stops existing, which sucks for you. It sucks for the people that work there, because this is probably not mostly their choice. Because last year they were purchased by a blockchain company, because it always comes full circle on this channel. It doesn't matter if we're talking about fucking crayons. Maybe Crayola are going to be bought by an NFT hawking dogshit company one day, and we'll be talking about that. But it all comes full circle back to cryptocurrency. It always does. And this company was purchased for whatever reason, who knows why. I guess with the new monetization now we know why, by a blockchain company who just decided to lay off a bunch of people, cancel a project they've been working on for years, and then do this, basically ruin a game that they bought. I don't know what the fucking plan is specifically, other than to piss money up the wall, but crypto people are really good at doing that. So there you go, I guess. There's a Google Doc here that goes over all the problems. You know, one of the most significant changes is resetting weapon progression. Players who would spend countless hours grinding for specific weapons and upgrades found their progress wiped out, returning them to start from scratch. This has left many feeling demotivated and resentful. Monetization changes introduced several changes to the game's monetization model, including the addition of loot boxes and a more aggressive battle pass system. These have been perceived as predatory and exploitative, as they push players to spend real money to obtain in-game items and progress. Balance patches, reduced build variety. They've essentially just made the game worse, and that's how it is. What we have here is an article on Games Radar, which is basically quoting an ex-Dauntless developer talking about the game, basically saying they're forsaking the player base here, that this person used to work there, was one of the original people that came up with Dauntless as a game idea, what it was supposed to be, and now they're basically just fucking it to death into the ground. And also specifically talks about, in this article, when the blockchain company bought this studio, as you can read here, they literally told people, the developers didn't even realize that they were being bought. Phoenix Lab staff were reportedly barred from sharing the news, and evidently only learned of the acquisition after signing some paperwork. So imagine you've just been working at this company for years, you're working on a new project, somebody comes in and just says, oh yeah, you've got to sign this paperwork. But what's going on? I can't tell you until you've signed it.
Can't tell you
until
you've signed it.
By fucking blockchain R Us. Half you are fired.
Half you are
thing you've been
fired.
working on for years. Well, that's fucking
That's gone.
now.
It's fucking
It just-
gone. And it's gone.
Something about this doesn't make a lot of sense. But either way, this is it, I guess. This is the end of Dauntless.
Wow.
It'll go into the night softly, quietly with a whimper, because again, it
Wow.
had been rotting away on Epic Games for so many years. It's just interesting how this was the push to come to Steam. Like, they've decided this is the time, this is the update. And not only have they not managed to capture a new audience from
Wait,
launching
this
on
guy
Steam,
bought all the
even though
goddamn silver and the
at this
copper.
stage of development with so long,
What are you
they'd at least be able
doing
to
here?
keep
Oh,
some
no, never
people
mind.
around.
I'm in Bastard.
But they've
Never
also
mind.
fucked off their core audience to do so. So they have quite literally just destroyed their own game. It might seem a bit hyperbolic because it's not closed down yet. We'll have to wait and see. Maybe they can pull this back from the brink. But as it looks at this stage, overwhelmingly negative. No players sticking around. It's definitely not good. And they've specifically said we're not going to revert. So yeah, that's Dauntless. Obviously I don't want games to close down that people enjoy, but at the same time, again, you do have to hold companies accountable for the decisions that they make, and the only way you can do that is to not spend money, to not play the game that you enjoy, which sucks. But if not, you do kind of just basically turn into one of those people that's angry about something and yet perpetuating its existence. So you're damned if you do, damned if you don't. But there we have it. Thanks for watching as always. Hopefully you enjoyed. I'm going to go probably play a little bit more Path of Exile 2 and then go to bed. yeah, if you enjoyed the video, click the links in the video description. There's Patreon, gamer subs if you want to buy some waifu cups and some gamer juice.
Sulfur.
And, yeah, social media if you want to suggest me topics to discuss on the channel, Discord, Twitter, all things like that, and I'll see you next time. Peace. Well, 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 friendos. Welcome back, and do I have...
Nope.
It's not often that we witness the fall of a grand dictatorship, but on December the 8th, 2024, the Syrian Arab Republic crumbled into dust. After half a century at the helm of one of the most repressive autocracies on earth, the Assad family dynasty has lost all control, then fled the country. After nearly 14 years of civil war, the rebel coalition has swept across the nation, bringing a decisive end to the defining conflict of the Arab Spring. It's a new dawn in Syria, a new moment, and one that returns Syria's destiny to the hands of its own people. But as stunning as the defeat of the Assad regime may be, the end result is just one tiny fraction of the story that's played out over these last few weeks. So, in this special episode, we're going to be taking a close look at the tactical and strategic moves that led to such a stunning rebel success. We'll explore just what happened to cause such a breakdown across the Syrian regime's battle lines, and we'll explore what happened across Syria, both among the nation's many rebel groups and among the many powerful nations active in the country, when it seemed as if the state itself had started to crumble. Finally, we'll examine the fall of Damascus, the flight of Bashar al-Assad, and a new state of affairs that's alternately been called liberation and the start of a new phase of Syria's long nightmare. Here was a stunning development in a war that had been frozen for years. After just a few days of lightning offensives,
no!
the Syrian rebels had taken Syria's largest city, Aleppo, by force. From the start of their offensive on November the 27th, it had taken just 72 hours for them to capture most of the city and another day or two to mop up whatever resistance had remained. Quite frankly, it had seemed to be the type of victory not even the rebels themselves had seen coming, or at least not nearly so easily. It should have been a survivable blow to the Assad regime, but it was a devastating body blow nonetheless, and it revealed a weakness in the Syrian military that wouldn't be nearly so easy to cover up, now that the whole world had caught a glimpse of the truth. We've gone in depth on the 2024 Battle of Aleppo in a prior episode, released just a few days before this episode's gone out, but as we pivot from that stunning capture of Aleppo to the cascade of events that followed, it's important to highlight a few key elements of the Aleppo offensive that set the table for everything coming next. Easily the most critical surprise was just how quickly Syria's military wavered and broke in the face of the rebel assault, where via a mix of low morale, poor planning for defense, and a false sense of security after years of a largely frozen conflict, the regime's soldiers proved unable or unwilling to hold most of their positions. So too, it was a surprise that both the forces of Hezbollah, backed by Iran, and the forces of Russia, present on the ground, failed to turn the tide in the regime's favor. And where the regime's forces had proved to be a disappointment, the rebel coalition had excelled in ways that most of the world didn't see coming. Leaning on specialized units equipped with night vision goggles, sniper rifles, and rocket-propelled grenades, the rebels were able to keep up a 24-hour offensive, turning the tables on a conflict where fighting usually happens during the day and pauses at night. They were able to capture large amounts of military hardware, including tanks and vast stores of ammunition, turning them back on the regime. They were able to utilize new indigenously designed cruise missiles and leverage countless kamikaze and reconnaissance drones, the hallmark of true 21st century warfare. And when the rebels smashed through Aleppo's defensive lines, they didn't rest on their laurels as most similar organizations around the world probably would have. They kept going, pushing southward down Syria's most important highway and carving a path that would essentially lead to Damascus. And during the Aleppo offensive, the world got a first-hand look at not just the rebels that would lead the offensive, but at the patchwork of rebel groups and alliances that would define the fighting to come. The faction that led the offensive is known as HTS, Hayat Tahrir al-Sham, and while we'll be diving into their structure and their goals soon enough, we'll detail the basics here. After boasting close ties with Al-Qaeda under their prior name, the Al-Nusra Front, HTS rebranded over the last few years, insisting that they've moved away from radicalism and are trying to offer a stable, welcoming alternative government. They've controlled the northern province of Idlib for several years, and the world has now learned that they've spent months, if not years, prepping this mass offensive. HTS receive some informal support from the government of Turkey, and they align with a number of other semi-independent rebel forces that join them in the attack on Aleppo. They also received backup, albeit in a limited way, from the primary organization that Turkey supports in Syria, the so-called Syrian Interim Government. While in Aleppo, HTS forces came face-to-face with Syria's other most important rebel faction, the Kurdish-led Autonomous Administration of North and East Syria, ultimately known as Rojava. Though the Rojava government didn't join in HTS's offensive directly, they declined the opportunity to open hostilities with the rebels. Thus, HTS, Rojava, and the Syrian interim government and all the rest had set the table for a new phase in the conflict, in which none of Syria's major rebel groups sought to get in each other's way, and they all chose to either participate or stand aside for the battles to come. From Aleppo, that critical highway we just mentioned, Syria's M5, runs southward to the city of Hama. Aleppo's pre-war population was the largest in Syria, a bit over 2 million. Hama was the 6th largest city at nearly 500,000. Travel further down the M5 and the rebels would reach Syria's 3rd largest city, Hom's population nearly 800,000. In doing so, they'd cut off access to Latakia and Tartus, the country's 4th and 7th largest cities respectively, and they'd open up a straight southward shot to Syria's 2nd largest city and its capital, Damascus. The battle lines of the Syrian regime had shattered in Aleppo, a place that was supposed to be an immensely high-value target, and now HTS and its rebels were emboldened, much better armed than they'd been before, and had endured only minimal casualties in the first stage of their offensive. Before Aleppo had even been fully consolidated, the rebels were headed southward to Hama, where the next stage of their assault would soon get underway. The battle for Hama largely took place out in the surrounding towns and countryside, where the rebels could advance in a similar fashion to what they'd done outside Aleppo. Again, they attacked asymmetrically, with some of their forces engaging and pinning down government troops so that other forces could smash them from the sides or bypass them completely. Again, they captured and leveraged tactically significant ground at every opportunity to maximize the small moment-to-moment advantages that caused such a quick collapse in the regime's lines. Again, a combination of the widespread use of drones, the trade-off of day and night shift hostilities between 24-hour assaulting forces, and the introduction of captured regime military hardware, was enough to turn the tides. Over 2 days of fighting, Syrian forces in the countryside around Hama were beaten back to the city, but this time, when it came time to consider an all-out defense of the city, the Syrian forces instead chose to withdraw. Perhaps such a decision was a mistake by the regime forces, who could have lured the rebels into an urban combat environment where the playing field might have been somewhat more level. Perhaps it was a reflection of the regime's distrust in its soldiers, many of them young, inexperienced, and conscripted by force, making them broadly unequipped to handle the grueling warfare of an urban environment. Perhaps it was a matter of distrust in the people of Hama, with regime forces believing that the ordinary people there would have allowed the rebels in, assisted their offensive, or even joined them outright. Or perhaps it was an attempt to mount a more solid defense using greater numbers of soldiers and a more favorable concentration of troops at the more strategically critical city of Homs. Whatever the truth may have been, however, the result was the same. The Syrian army announced that it would redeploy outside Hama, quote, to preserve civilian lives and prevent urban combat, and the rebels took them at their word. Rebels swarmed into the city, cleared out any remaining pockets of resistance, freed hundreds of prisoners who had disappeared into Syria's notorious prison system, and scored a major symbolic victory, capturing not just an important strategic target, but a city with a long history of Islamist revolt against the Assad regime. Speaking to Reuters, one Jihad Yazigi, author of the Syria Report, put the regime's predicament in stark terms, and we'll quote him here: "Assad cannot afford to lose anything else. The big battle is the one coming against Homs. If Homs falls, we are talking of a potential change of regime." fall of Hamar to the HTS offensive was a critical moment, not just for HTS and its allies, but for every person and organization in Syria that has aspired to overthrow the Assad regime. For the Syrian army to lose Aleppo by surprise was a landmark achievement, but it could have been explained away as a quickly resolved series of mistakes. It could have been an opportunity for HTS to claim a major victory, consolidate its position, and freeze the conflict again. Or it could have been a moment where HTS's ambition led to attacks against Kurdish Rojava or against other rebel groups rather than the regime. But instead, the rebel coalition was pushing southward, and it became abundantly clear that this was the moment. If these other rebel groups were going to take part, it had to be now, while the regime had just been exposed in a moment of weakness and while it was sure to be distracted by the advance towards Homs and Damascus. Seeing their opportunity, every major resistance, rebel, militant, and terror organization in Syria took advantage, starting with Kurdish Rojava and their military wing, the Syrian Democratic Forces. One day after HTS and its rebel coalition took full control over the city of Hama, Kurdish forces claimed victory in another critical location, the eastern city of Deir ez-Zor. With a 2018 population of just under 300,000, Deir ez-Zor is one of the most important locations in all of Syria's eastern half, and it is a linchpin that the Assad regime has relied on to hold control of highly productive oil fields. It's also been on the long, mostly frozen front lines between the regime and Kurdish Rojava for the last several years, but seeing how easily Syria's defensive lines had shattered for HTS, Rojava and the Syrian Democratic Forces took their chance to try and punch through the regime's eastern lines. The attack was a success, with the Syrian government and its network of supportive pro-government militias choosing to pull out of the city before the Kurds even launched the bulk of their attack. Soon after that, Rojava forces had taken over a border crossing with Iraq referred to as Al-Kamal. Across their long front line, Kurdish forces surged forward in several other key locations, capturing oil fields, stretching their forces around to parts of Syria's heartland, and swinging north to consolidate their control over areas that pushed up against land controls by either HTS or the Turkish-backed militias in Syria's northwest corner. In some areas, they received support from US forces, with warplanes carrying out airstrikes against pro-Assad forces in what the US described as a self-defensive action. Roughly 900 US troops are stationed in Syria, cooperating with Kurdish and other rebel forces in counterinsurgent efforts against the Islamic State. Videos of US A-10s flying over eastern Syria have since emerged, although it's unlikely that allegations of large-scale US involvement have any merit. Rojava's officials stated that they were in direct contact with HTS, particularly working to protect an exclave of Kurds living in Aleppo that, at the time of writing, has appeared to remain mostly unbothered. The Rojava government committed to a policy of self-defense if attacked, but emphasized that they would not take violent action against HTS otherwise. Meanwhile, the situation in southern Syria broke down rapidly for the Assad regime, despite the fact that neither HTS nor its close rebel allies are active in that area. Instead, southern Syria has played host to a separate local insurgency, particularly in the provinces of Daraa and Suwaida, where local rebels have fought frequent skirmishes and engaged in assassination and kidnapping campaigns against Syrian regime officials to fight back against regime actions against them. On that same day, Kurdish Rojava attained victory in Deir ez-Zor. Rebels in Daraa and Suwaida notched major victories, seizing a key border with Jordan, overrunning military bases and prisons, and forcing the regime to begin a withdrawal from those areas too. By the end of that day, the UK-based Syrian Observatory for Human Rights had reported that local factions had taken control of over 90% of Daraa province after the rebels reached a deal with the regime to allow senior military officials to withdraw peacefully to Damascus. With the capture of Daraa, the local rebels took control of the city, known as the birthplace of the Syrian Revolution, all the way back in 2011, in yet another showing that the regime could fall in short order. Then there are the directly Turkish-backed rebels in Syria's northwest, the Syrian National Army, or SNA. The SNA have largely joined in as a supportive auxiliary for the main thrust of Syria's rebel offensive spearheaded by HTS, but they've acted in alignment with their own objectives too. In the early days of the fighting, the Turkish-backed SNA took nearly 1,000 square kilometers of territory, mostly north of Aleppo, by carving off pockets of territory where the Syrian regime either offered weak resistance or had to retreat outright. Their forces have also launched attacks against the regime that would enable HTS attacks or generally make HTS's job a good deal easier. Notably, Turkey has publicly disavowed HTS for quite some time, joining its international partners in classifying the group as a terror organization. In truth, however, HTS does appear to receive at least some support from Turkey, and they've been fighting alongside groups that would likely collapse without Turkey's direct support. Turkey's President Erdogan has made statements in broad support of the Syrian rebel offensive, and international analysts broadly agree that a rebel takeover of Syria, especially one led by non-Kurdish forces, would directly serve the interests of the Erdogan government. And the last major anti-regime group in Syria, the brutal terror organization known as Islamic State, engaged in its own efforts to take territory amidst the chaos. According to reports out of central and southeastern Syria, the Islamic State has taken villages and small towns in a range of isolated locations, and they have relatively free reign in Syria's sparsely populated heartland. Kurdish forces have warned that the Islamic State was in the process of repositioning and consolidating its forces, with the potential to take larger stretches of territory now that they've identified a moment of opportunity amidst broader Syrian violence. US-backed rebels affiliated with the Free Syrian Army have alleged that the Assad regime had considered handing over its own weapons to the Islamic State, possibly including tanks, artillery, ammunition and more, although the Free Syrian Army did not provide substantive evidence to support its claim. Broadly, the Islamic State has been rebuilding its strength for years, and chaos across Syria is likely to help the group in its overall objectives. Amidst rebel advances all across Syria, the world got a closer look at the organization leading the rebel charge, HTS, and began to confront the idea of a rising, little-known insurgency that seemed as if it could take control of an entire nation. The man at the head of the organization received the greatest scrutiny of all, and rightly so. Born with, and currently going by the name Ahmed al-Sharaa, HTS's leader has long been known by the moniker Abu Muhammad al-Ghalani, a name he wore with pride as he led the al-Nusra Front back when his organization was tied closely to al-Qaeda and was briefly affiliated with Islamic State. Al-Sharaa, as we'll refer to him from here on out, is the face of Syria's resistance movement in the mid-2020s, and he's grown increasingly confident in his role as a populist rebel leader ever since his organization severed its ties with al-Qaeda in 2016. Al-Sharaa has spent years attempting to rebrand HTS's image as the leaders of Idlib, and those efforts have picked up even further during the new HTS advance. Al-Sharaa and his deputies have worked hard to reassure Syria's ethnic and religious minorities that they will be protected under HTS control. He specifically promised protection to both Christians in Syria and their property, and his HTS administration has urged Alawites, members of the Assad family's religious sect, to actively engage in attempts to establish a non-sectarian future state in Syria. In the 2020s, Al-Sharaa has taken it upon himself to tell the whole world that his organization has evolved. In 2021, he appeared on the American program Frontline to argue against HTS's terrorist designation, and in the years since, he's emphasized the work of HTS's civil administration, dubbed the Syrian Salvation Government. According to at least some Western experts, his efforts are working, even if many in Syria and around the world are skeptical about how far Al-Sharaa's promises will go. Said Syria expert Joshua Landis, quoting here, "He's retooled, he's refashioned, made new allies, and come out with his charm offensive." Said fellow expert Aaron Lund, quoting here, "It's PR, but the fact they are engaging in this effort at all shows that they are no longer as rigid as they once were. Old school Al-Qaeda or the Islamic State would never have done that." The quote ends. Days after Aleppo fell, Al-Sharaa even sat down with CNN for an interview where he called out the failure of Iran and Russia
wise
to
man
prop up
right here.
what he described as a, quote, dead regime, and touted plans to rebuild Syria's institutions via a, quote, council chosen by the people. Everything about Al-Sharaa's appearance, his statements, his demeanor, and more appeared tailored to portray himself as a man who's fundamentally evolved both himself and his movement away from the Salafi jihadist ideology that he used to claim as his own. Of course, we'll emphasize here that the simple fact that Al-Sharaa can go on camera and present himself in a certain way doesn't mean that he's accurately representing his or his organization's goals. Practically speaking, we'll find out how much of his and HTS's promises were meaningful as the next few weeks and months play out. But Al-Sharaa and his organization seem to fully understand that they lack the trust of much of the world, and they've been putting in the work behind the scenes to provide evidence of their stated good intentions. In Aleppo, HTS has been working to show that it can provide an alternative civilian administration after the regime has departed, and broadly, it's done a decent job. HTS allies in the civil sector have led cleanup efforts in the city, dealing with unexploded ordnance and supplying critical services. Shortages of bread and fuel immediately after the city's capture were quickly addressed, and everyday challenges like internet connectivity and traffic management improved under HTS's watch. Former fighters for the regime were issued cards that protect them from retribution, and the city was made ready to accept transactions in Syrian pounds, Turkish lira, and US dollars all at once. Quoting CNN reports from journalists on the ground in Aleppo, the team found a city that appeared calm despite the sudden takeover. Markets were open, people were walking the streets, and life was carrying on, even after bombings by pro-Assad Russian warplanes that have killed scores of people in rebel-held areas. The quote ends. During a CNN interview, Al-Shara himself was asked to respond to reports that minorities may have been targeted by HDS or its allies during the takeover, and allegations of harsh crackdowns and the use of torture against dissidents in the recent past. The militant leader's response, quote here was, "There were some violations against them by certain individuals during periods of chaos, but we addressed these issues. No one has the right to erase another group. These sects have coexisted in this region for hundreds of years, and no one has the right to eliminate them." Al-Shara insisted that incidents of abuse of dissidents did not take place on the orders of HDS and that those responsible had already been punished. We'll say it one more time for posterity's sake, whether or not any of us believe Al-Shara and the HDS organization is a judgment call for the time being. Over the coming weeks and months, the evidence that comes out of Syria may either validate their promises or show that they were just empty words. For now, it's too early to tell either way. With smoke still rising over Hama and the regime support crumbling across the country, the HDS-led coalition set its sights on what was sure to be a more tightly contested target, the strategically vital city of Homs. There, the Syrian regime would be able to consolidate its forces, it would be able to conduct urban warfare operations under the command of the regime's most competent military leaders, and it would be committed to an all-out defense, lest they concede the very doorstep to Damascus and allow an unthinkable escalation to the rebel advance. Meanwhile, the HDS-led assault was never supposed to be so fast or so decisive. It had shocked everybody in Syria how fast the regime had fallen, including HDS themselves. At Homs, surely the rebels' momentum would be blunted, and this great lightning assault would devolve into the attritional warfare that the Syrian regime was so known for. Right? And the answer, obviously, is apparently not. The start of the Homs offensive came before control over Hama was even fully established, in a clear attempt to keep the pressure on regime forces, and it worked. On the first day of the assault, the city of Al-Rastan fell to the rebels after regime forces withdrew, ceding even more military vehicles and ammunition. The Syrian army attempted to build earthen defenses to create a battlefield on the highway between Hama and Homs, while Syrian and Russian airstrikes rained down on rebel positions. Army reinforcements streamed into the city to prepare for battle and withdrew from positions deemed unnecessary or irrelevant for an all-out defense, with many pro-government militia forces headed to the port city of Latakia. The Syrian army bombed its own bridges to halt the rebel advance and settled in for a showdown, but it wasn't to be. Again, the rebel pressure was simply too much for the regime to withstand, and as resistance forces churned their way through the suburbs outside the city, their training, morale, battlefield technology, and momentum advantages seemed to make sense. Regime forces reportedly fought hard, but couldn't deal with a sustained rebel assault. Meanwhile, a surprise offensive from a separate group of rebels, the US-backed Revolutionary Commando Army, caused major issues elsewhere in the province, capturing the city of Palmyra, several important mountains, and more. As night fell on December the 7th, the rebels again continued the fight long past when regime troops had lost their ability to see. The rebels broke through into more and more portions of the city, liberating the central prison, cutting across from neighborhood to neighborhood in unpredictable encirclements, and forcing the retreat of many militia soldiers, including a reported force of several dozen Hezbollah fighters from the group's elite Radwan commando force. By the following morning, Homs was fully under rebel control, and the Syrian army was in full retreat back to Damascus. Latakia was cut off. Many of the Hezbollah fighters supporting Syria were driven back into Lebanon, and there was nothing standing in the way between the rebels